Good enough in this meeting for dated. The 24th, okay, I knew that. Just checking to see if you did. For June 24th, 2015, Oceanside City Council, Harbor District, CDC. Roll call, please. Mayor Witt. Here. Deputy Mayor Lowry. Here. Councilmember Tully. Here. Councilmember Kern. Here. Councilmember Sanchez. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councilman. Closed session to discuss item 1 on the agenda, conference of labor negotiator involving Oceanside City Employees Association and the unrepresented employees. Council meet on item 2, conference with real estate negotiator involving the Oceanside Municipal Airport. Negotiating parties, City of Oceanside Airport Property Ventures. Under negotiations or price and terms for an amendment of the lease of the real property. Item 2B, conference with real property negotiator involving the Club 55 property known as Country Club Building 1, adjacent to 450 Country Club Lane. Negotiating partners, City of Oceanside Vista Community Clinic. Under negotiations are price and terms for the property use agreement for the property. Item 3A, public employee appointment. Appointment of the city manager. Council will meet on that item as well. And to go with all Pat, but then OCUA and unwrapped. No one else, correct? Right, that's part of unwrapped. Yeah.
Thank you. Adjourn to closed session.
Got the organization that helped him in his youth. He created a fitness center that became known informally as Club 55, supported the club and a teen center through his foundation, and often came by to give of himself to our teens. It is the club where Angel Lopez turned his life around, graduated from Oceanside High, and is now off to the Marines, or where Jesus, who spent 2 years incarcerated as a juvenile, now has a bright future with a desire to become a dentist. We have so many testimonials of youth who were impacted by the role of caring and nurturing staff. This has been the home and legacy of the Boys and Girls Club of Oceanside. The club is of, by, and for this community. It is homegrown, committed, and focused on the youth of our community. I believe it is the obligation of this council to demonstrate that the City of Oceanside values its long-term relationship with our club. I ask that you give more young people their chance at success in life, the same chance each of you had. Make that commitment tonight to our children by ensuring that our club has an equal space, such as the Teen Center, to expand the youth programming that is critically needed. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Last we have Jody Diamond.
Good evening, Honorable City Council members. I am Jody Diamond, CEO for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Oceanside. On behalf of the volunteer board members, staff, supporters, and most importantly, our youth members who are here, we want to thank the City of Oceanside for the partnership these last 6 decades. BGCO is a youth development organization whose mission is to inspire, develop, and enrich young people to reach their fullest potential as confident, productive, responsible, caring members of society. We have been providing services to the youth of Oceanside since 1952. As you are aware, we have implemented significant changes in recent years with respect to financial stability and expansion of programs. 8 years ago, we operated programs exclusively at our town site and Libby Lake location, serving approximately 250 youth daily. Since then, our service delivery model has changed. In collaboration with Oceanside Unified School District, we now impact over 1,400 youth daily at 7 locations throughout Oceanside. On a daily basis, we are providing life-changing programs to youth in the areas of science, technology, engineering, art, math, health, and life skills, character and leadership development, sports and recreation, and education and career development. We also offer an amazing program for adults with disabilities during the hours in which youth are in school, giving us the ability to maximize our facility while providing services that meet a need in our community, and also offer youth with disabilities a transitional program once leaving school. As demonstration of our services, we offer free after-school programs 10 months out of the year at all sites, a free year-round basketball program, and over $70,000 worth of scholarships during the summer and other times when school is not in session. No child is ever turned away because of their inability to pay. In fact, this summer, we are serving over 360 campers per day, 25 counselors in training, and over 15 teen volunteers from our local high school. We offer a unique service to the youth of Oceanside, not merely an after-school program that hosts activities, but more so an after-school family. The city has been part of our family as well, granting us tenancy of both 448 and 450 Country Club Lane, providing CDBG support of Gangbusters during the mid-1990s and other BGCO programs. Over the past 2 summers, we've enthusiastically partnered with City of Oceanside and OUSD to provide a free summer camp to 60 youth at Libby Elementary School. We appreciate the partnership with the city and many other organizations which has enabled Boys and Girls Clubs of Oceanside to positively impact over 38,000 youth during these 6 decades. And we look forward to a continued positive relationship. Thank you in advance for your continued support.
No further public on this item.
Back to the Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Club 55, Junior Day Out Club 55 has been around for almost 20 years, and I actually remember my brother coming to the Boys and Girls Club back in the, I want to say, 60s. I'm happy that we have a partner that's going to help us run this very, very critical resources program. So I'm going to go ahead and move approval. Thank you.
Here, a second. Thank you. Any further? No, I see none. Go ahead and vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Will you please have a moment? We go to 29 to 32. And this one, could you have a seat at sidebar, please? And we get a chance when he's ready. He'll read them off and you'll work on those items.
Yes, you want me to take
Also appreciate it.
item 29 through 32, or one at a time? I just want to make sure.
One at a time, yes.
Item 29 is adoption of resolution acting as a successor agency to the City of Oceanside Redevelopment Agency, approving the form of preliminary official statement, a bond purchase contract, escrow agreements, and a continuing disclosure agreement in connection with the tax allocation refunding bonds, Series 2015A, and the taxable tax allocation refunding bonds, Series 205B, and authorizing certain other actions in connection therewith.
Thank you. Ms. Lund.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Michelle Lund, Treasury Manager. And here with me tonight I have Scott Smith from CSG Advisors and Brian Forbath from Foreign Counsel from Stradling Yaka to assist me. We're here before you tonight as the City Council acting as the successor agency to the Oceanside Redevelopment Agency, requesting approval of the documents that are related to the issuance of approximately $30 million in refunding tax allocation bonds. The agency previously approved the issuance of the bonds on May 20th, and the successor agency oversight board approved the agency action at its May 26th meeting. The transaction is currently under review by the Department of Finance, and we're anticipating their approval prior to the July 27th deadline. To recap, we will be issuing 2 separate series of bonds consisting of Series A tax-exempt bonds in the amount of $20.3 million and Series B taxable bonds in the amount of $9.9 million for a total par value of $30.2 million. Based on municipal market rates, when the staff report was written, the refunding is estimated to generate approximately $4.4 million in net present value savings, which is inclusive of the issuance costs, over the life of the bonds, or 14.4% of the refunded bond amount. On an annual basis, the savings equate to approximately $882,000 per year through 2025. As a taxing entity of the former redevelopment agency, the city will receive approximately 25%, or $220,000 as its share of its annual savings. Next Wednesday, we'll be presenting the credit to Standard & Poor's in order to obtain a rating on the debt, and then the bond pricing will take place once we receive approval from the DOF. That concludes my presentation. I have with me, I already said, I have with me, I have it written down. Right now we're just asking for the document approval, which includes the preliminary official statement and the other documents that go along with the financing. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any public?
No public.
That's the council. Council will Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have been hearing about this for some time. Thank you so much, Michelle, for just being so diligent here. I understand the city's share of savings for the entire amount of time will be $1.102 million. Approximately, yeah. That's fantastic. Move adoption. Thank you.
Second. Any other further questions? Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Next, item 30.
Yes, item number 30 is adoption of a resolution authorizing the issuance of City of Oceanside taxable pension obligation refunding bonds, Series 2015, in an amount not to exceed $35 million, and authorizing the execution of certain documents and directing certain actions in connection therewith.
Thank you. Please.
Okay. So for our next bond issue that we're going to be refunding, we are here requesting authorization to issue approximately $32 million in refundable taxable pension obligation bonds. In August 2005, the city issued $42.7 million in taxable pension obligation bonds, which financed the city's unfunded accrued actuarial liability with the city's retirement system CalPERS. The unfunded liability balance paid with the bond proceeds is approximately $36 million for the safety plan and $6 million for the miscellaneous plan. The projected overall net present value savings for both the plans at the time was $6.7 million, producing an average annual cash flow savings of $581,000. The cash flow and net present value savings are based on CalPERS 2005 amortization rate of 7.75%. and an all-in true interest cost of the prior bonds of 5.35%. The bonds had a 20-year maturity with a 10-year call feature, which can be exercised this August. Therefore, because we're in this low interest rate environment, we are requesting the approval to issue the refunding bonds for savings. Based on a pricing analysis that was dated on June 10th, the refunding bonds would have an estimated par value amount of just under $32 million, with an August 15th, 2025 maturity date. The estimated all-in interest rate, which includes issuance costs, is 3.68%. The annual debt service payments will range from $3.5 million to $4.8 million. The estimated net present value savings over the remaining life of the bonds through 2025 is estimated at $2.88 million, and the average annual savings is estimated at $319,000. On a percentage basis, the net present value savings is equivalent to 7.25%. Of course, the final savings will be determined when we price the bonds. And so then, following the presentation on Wednesday to the Standard & Poor's for the tax allocation bonds, on Thursday we're going before S&P for the credit presentation of the Civic Center bonds and these pension obligation bonds. And then following that, once we receive the rating, we will be pricing the bonds in mid-July. So that concludes the presentation on the pension obligation bonds, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
No public.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move adoption. I understand it's just going to save us $2.88 million over the life of the remaining balance. So thank you very much.
Second.
Well, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a question. This money that we're saving, can we actually apply that to the bonds, and so we can actually get rid of these bonds at a quicker rate? The idea, if we're going to get a lower interest rate, if we pay the same level amount that we're paying now, at the end of that 10-year term, obviously we'll owe less. Is that probably a policy decision on our part, but is that possible to do?
You can push a bit.
Little red light's got to be on.
Sorry, Councilmember here, Brian Ford, I'm Strong Alcohol now. That it could be structured that way. It would not generate any savings currently no cash flow savings to the city. But if you could structure the debt service and essentially amortize it up faster so that you push more principal up at an earlier date, and you wouldn't have any less payments on the back end, which would reduce interest costs. I don't know, Scott, if he wants to chime in on it, but that would be an option if you wanted to do it. That's not how we plan on structuring it, but if you wanted to go that way, we could think about trying to structure it that way.
Okay, I think I would like to bring that back for some type of discussion. I just was thinking about that, the idea if we are saving money, if we can actually pay down these bonds quicker, in the long term, it saves us interest and actually defeases a lot of these pension obligations quicker. So I'm just thought of that when I was reading this, so I would maybe, after you have the pricing, maybe in August, we can just think about it.
Well, that's unfortunately that's not how it would have to work. I mean, if we're going to do it that way, we would need to go out for the sale and structure the bonds with more principal on the front end. So, you know, we would have more bonds due sooner. So we would need to have that decision now so that we could structure the financing to work that way.
I'm not real comfortable with that because I don't know the numbers. And maybe I probably should have dug deeper into this and to do that. But no, I think I'll just second the motion as presented. But we have a second. Yeah.
Mr. Coon, you can probably get with them at a later date and time.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
they're going out next week. I don't think we can change what we're going to do. I think we need to make the savings. To make the savings, and we make the savings. I mean, so I would just, if we decided in our next budget cycle to take that money and just, okay, we're going to pay more on the bonds, the interest. Can we do that? Like paying an extra house payment, like people get their mortgage paid off.
The bonds are not, these bonds won't likely be subject to early prepayment. I mean, what might be a better option for the city and from a financial standpoint is to pay more towards your unfunded liability on PERS, that's accruing at 7.75% versus the 3% that these are paid at.
And that's probably a discussion we need to have, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing to understand is the whole object of these bonds was to reduce your, was to lessen the burden of your unfunded liability. That's more costly on sort of a discounted value basis than these bonds. And so if you were going to use more money to pay down your obligation, it'd be more cost effective over the long term if you were using that money to pay down that unfunded liability than to pay down this.
Okay, and that makes perfect sense to me. So the idea, and that's something we'll have to decide. So I'm going to second the motion as presented.
Councilmember Farrell.
Really quick, it says 2.88, but 10 years at 319,000 is 3.19. Is that correct?
Yes, it's just an approximation, and basically it's your calculation and your discounted rate. When it comes back, that's what it averages out to.
So
2.8
isn't the.
It's not an exact, it's an average, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Give a moment to 31.
Yes, item number 31 is adoption of resolutions authorizing the issuance of Civic Center Lease Revenue Bonds, Series 2015, by the Oceanside Public Financing Authority, in an amount not to exceed $9,500,000, and authorizing the execution of certain documents and directing certain actions in connection therewith.
Okay. Our next bond up is the refinancing of the 2005 Civic Center Certificates of Participation, and so we're asking for authorization to issue refunding bonds in the amount of approximately $8.5 million par. In August of 2005, the city issued $20 million in bonds, which refinanced the city's outstanding debt related to the construction of the Civic Center. The bonds had a 15-year remaining maturity with the 10-year call feature, which can be exercised this August as well. And so therefore, we're presenting it, asking for authorization to refund the bonds for savings. And based on a pricing analysis in June 1st of this year, we will be issuing $8.5 million, and we're extending the maturity date just out to 3 months. And that reason being is that we can eliminate the debt service reserve requirement, and in order to allow for budgeting and cash flow, Standard & Poor's requires that you match your payment dates to the budget approval process. And then, therefore, the estimated all-in interest rate, which includes issuance costs, is 2.09%, excuse me, and which means the annual debt service payments would range from $2.25 million to $2.375 million. An estimated net present value savings over the remaining 4 years of bonds is $267,000, and average annual savings is estimated at $69,000. And this equates to 3% net present value savings, which is right at the threshold. And that was at the time of the June 1st pricing that we did. The market has actually improved some, so our savings are a little bit better. However, today, actually, I received a call from J.P. Morgan Chase, and they were approaching the city to issue these bonds on a private placement basis with them at a rate of 1.75%. So I just had a discussion before we came into council chambers with the financing team, and I'm going to turn it over to Brian now to suggest some language so that we can consider the financing through J.P. Morgan Chase.
If the council would entertain a motion to approve the resolution, we'd like to make an amendment to it to allow flexibility to pursue this option with J.P. Morgan Chase that adds flexibility to do that, and if it makes financial sense to do that. And so the amendment that we would propose, it would be to both resolutions, the OPFA resolution and the city resolution, is in section 10 of the city resolution and section 9 of the OPFA resolution. The first sentence of those sections, at the end of that section, at the end of that sentence, we would propose to add the language that end the sale of the bonds on a private placement basis in accordance with the financing parameters set forth in this resolution if the city manager, upon consultation with a financial advisor, determines that such private placement will result in lower borrowing costs to the city or reduce interest rate risk to the city than a negotiated sale pursuant to the bond purchase agreement. So we'd like to add that language to the resolution.
And Mr. Forbath is going to provide that language to the city clerk, because it's already written down, so we have a clear record to not have to come back in the future and have that reso readopted. So we would just make the change, assuming you approve that motion tonight.
And what I would just clarify, there's two parts of it. Is one, if it's lowering borrowing costs, and second is the interest rate risk. If we're able to lock in a rate right now, right away with J.P. Morgan Chase, we take the market risk out of the interest rates moving away from us by the time we get an S&P rating and go to the market on that. So that's why we have that provision in there too.
Thank you.
So just to muddy the waters a little bit more, hopefully we can obtain the best rate that we can for the city and realize the best savings that we can by refunding these bonds. And even though they only have 4 years left, essentially, it still provides significant, or I should say, it provides savings that are useful to the city, and especially in combination with the rest of the savings that we would be providing with the other refunding bonds. So with that, I have no further comments, and
Thank you. Public?
No public.
Thank you. Council? Councilman Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First I'm going to go ahead and make the motion and then make some comments, but I'm going to move that we adopt the resolutions with the additional language. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Second.
Right now, we're estimating for the remaining 4 years a savings of $267,000 approximately.
actually it's a little bit better than that since the staff report, and I don't recall what that savings is, but the market's been moving a lot.
Right.
Do you have that?
And these were the revenue bonds that we had some early discussion about looking at this and perhaps using this as a mechanism for paying for the swimming pool up in El Corazon,
That is correct.
competition swimming pool, and
Mhm.
and so my understanding is we can't give direction yet to look at extending it for some period of time, like something like 7 years, to come up with those costs until we have something like the EIR close to being done. Is that correct?
Correct, that is correct. We would need to have the plans and designs and CEQA, you know, it would have to be a viable project in order for us to move forward and to start the process for obtaining new money.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to give, and I know this isn't before us, the swimming pool is not before us, just the mechanism that we might be able to use. But I just wanted to state my intent to pursue this as a way of getting the swimming pool paid for and done, and perhaps even expedited. So, but just right now, what's before us is this resolution with the additional language, and I'm happy to move that adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kern.
Thank you. I'm going to second the motion. I think I did. The only request, obviously, that the city attorneys have put it in writing so the clerk has it. And once the clerk has it, can you email us a copy of what was that? Because I caught bits and pieces of it. I think I understand what you said, but I'm okay with it right now. All right. I just want to see what we're voting on.
Mr. Feller.
Thank you. It sounded like what you said was that this could potentially be almost double what in savings if you got this.
On an annual basis, yeah, Scott had some numbers that indicated it would probably be about $130,000 in annual savings. Yeah.
Yeah, so the latest numbers we have were around that 70,000 is now at about $130,000. So you know, if you look at what J.P. Morgan has proposed relative to the public sale route, they're very comparable. And so why Brian added this language about interest rate risk, the real opportunity here might be to speed up the process to lock in the price and close faster than we could on a public basis, and that reduces the interest rate risk time period that we may have. The issue of why the number is changing so much is it only goes out 4 years, so changes in interest rates has a huge impact on savings.
So that was my point. This is you're potentially doubling what we save if we can do this right away. So.
Yeah, based on the numbers that were presented in the staff report.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Item 32.
Yes, item number 32 is authorization of a lump sum prepayment in an amount not to exceed $19.8 million to CalPERS for the city's annual required contribution for both safety and miscellaneous retirement plans, and place the savings estimated at $729,626 into the Post-Employment Benefits Fund.
Okay, so on the last item that the City Treasurer's Office is presenting tonight is a request for authorization to make a one-time lump sum prepayment of approximately $19.8 million to CalPERS, which represents the city's 2015-2016 annual required contribution toward the safety and miscellaneous retirement plans. The lump sum payment includes a discount of approximately 3.5%, which translates into savings of approximately $730,000. Traditionally, the city has paid its annual contribution on a biweekly basis as part of the payroll process. By paying CalPERS the annual contribution up front, the funds will be invested for a longer period of time at their actuarial rate of 7.5%, allowing for the 3.5% discount. Currently, the city's portfolio is earning less than 1%, and therefore it is much more beneficial for the city to deposit the funds with PERS in order to capture the $730,000 in annual savings. The city's treasurer's office has been working closely with the city manager's office to have the cash available to make the one-time payment prior to the July 10th, prior to July 10th as required by CalPERS, and to ensure that the core liquidity portfolio remains intact. The cash will be replenished every 2 weeks as the city departments will continue to make their retirement contributions through their payroll changes. Once the portfolio is restored to once the portfolio is restored, the $730,000 in savings would be available.
Staff is recommending the surplus be used to replenish the city's post-employment benefit fund, which has been used for employee departure payouts. In fiscal year 2015-16, approximately 16% of the workforce will be eligible to retire. It is worthy to note that the city has considered making this one-time payment in the past. However, there were factors in place that would not allow the city to realize the full benefit of making the upfront payment. The most prominent factor is the availability of cash to ensure that all obligations of the city are covered without damaging the integrity of the investment portfolio. The city was last considering the prepayment in 2012-13. However, we were still recovering from the budget reduction in earlier years, and cash flows were still relatively tight. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much.
No public.
Thank you. Council. Senator Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move that the council authorize a lump sum prepayment to CalPERS.
Thank you. Do you have a second? Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay, it'll be a long time until I see you again.
Yes, Michelle, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Clerk, can you do item number 48? Mr. City Clerk and City Attorney.
Item 48 is the adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside to amend Articles 2, 9, 10, 11, 15, 27, 29, 34, and 36 of the 1986 Oceanside zoning ordinance, Articles 4, 11, 13, 15, 16, and 31 of the 1992 Oceanside zoning ordinance, and Articles 4, 12, and 31 of the downtown zoning ordinance to clarify and further regulate the sales and consumption of alcohol at restaurants.
Thank you very much. No public?
No public.
Back to council. Councilman Keller.
Thank you. I misunderstood what we were voting on the last time because I was assuming we were only talking about the coastal zone, and this is a citywide. I have a problem with allowing. I think there's an issue for me where restaurants do throughout the city choose to sell alcohol. So in their and not having a full kitchen and all the things that were going on with that. So I'm just registering a no vote on this confirmation.
Thank you. Any else?
I mean, I misunderstood what was going on there. So.
Ms. Sanchez?
I move adoption.
Second? I second, whatever. Anyhow, please vote.
Motion approved, 4-1. Feller, no.
Thank you very much. We have some time left to item 47.
Yes, item 47 is annual update of operations and improvements at the Oceanside Municipal Airport.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. Annually, our tenant at the airport and operator, Airport Property Ventures, presents its annual report, and this is what they'll be doing tonight. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Jeff Lilly of Airport Property Ventures.
Thank you.
Yes. Honorable council members, thank you for the opportunity to present the 2014 operating performance for the Bob Maxwell Municipal Airport. Also in chamber tonight are Airport Property Venture staff, Airport Property Manager Dennis Easto, and Principal in Charge and Owner of Airport Property Ventures, Lydia Kennard.
Finance. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In 2014, the airport had 69 full-time tenants and a total collected rent of $385,000. Of the non-leisure airport tenants, we had 5 businesses operating during 2014. Tsunami Skydivers, Reach Air Medical, Dan Air, One Stop Aviation, and Coastal Aero Scenic Tours. The airport had approximately 10,900 operations, which are the takeoff and landings. Tsunami Skydivers represented about 15% of those operations, having 1,500 operations approximately. And the Air Medical Service had approximately 5% of the operations at approximately 500 takeoff and landings. We sold 33,500 gallons of aviation fuel, totaling $174,000 in revenue. And several years ago, we added Jet A fuel for the medical service and the skydiving service. We've added some traffic to that, and we sold 50,000 gallons of Jet A fuel for a total of $250,000 in revenue. The combined sale of 83,600 gallons yielded as part of our lease operation, there is a flowage fee, and this year we exceeded that threshold, which yielded an additional $2,500 in rent to the city. That was applied to the deferred management fee that we have from the city. We paid the annual minimum rent for 2014 of $27,000, and in addition we pay $79,000 annually toward the state loan repayment, and then in addition we added the $2,500 in additional revenue from the fuel flowage in 2014, the total of which was $106,000 in annual rent paid to the city. Currently, we have deferred $81,872 in management fees, and this does not include additional fees that we have that we've deferred, which are a result of FAA grant writing that we've procured for improvements at the airport. All right. Speaking of the grants, you can see the detail of the various grants that have currently been awarded, totaling $1,121,000. That has funded a fencing program that has yet to start but is currently in process. We are updating the airport master plan, which the last version of that was completed, I believe it was 1994. We've improved water lines. We completed an airport layout plan, which is a requirement for the FAA. So as I said, we've been awarded grants of $1.1 million. On the improvement front, again, you can see the detail for the dollars that have been spent out of our operating budget for improvements. During the year, we spent $126,000 for capital and repair improvements, the bulk of which was for one of the hangar buildings, which we'll talk about next. The others are self-explanatory. So in December, we concluded study of the hangar buildings that were, I believe, were built in roughly in the 1940s. And the earlier thoughts on the condition of those hangars was to demo those hangars and rebuild them. Between September and December, we studied the hangars, we did structural audits, we inspected all of the hangars, and made a conclusion that there would be a better approach to renovating the 23 hangars rather than demo those hangars. They're contained, as you can see in the picture, they're referred to as H13 through H1623. So there's 23 hangars in the old wooden structure comprised of 4 buildings. One of the buildings has 3 hangars, 2 of the buildings have 6 hangars, and one of the buildings has 8 hangars. The building H10 through 15 was vacant due to its inhabitable condition. So when we decided to undertake a renovation process, we elected to start on that building because obviously we had no tenants in that building, and it'd be a good testing ground to test the approach that we wanted to take for the renovation. We worked in cooperation with the city planning department. Permits were issued for all 4 buildings, and as of today, the building number 3, or the H10 through 15, the renovation has been completed. I wanted to share with you the logic that we used in taking a renovation approach as opposed to a demolition and rebuilding approach. The problem that we had with the 4 hangars is the sustainability. In virtually all cases, the existing hangar roofs leak, the door systems were failing, and obviously in need of repair. After several months of learning more about the tenants' needs and desires there at the airport, we felt that the solution would be more suitable to renovate for 3 reasons. 1, compliance. During the master planning process that we've been involved in, the master plan has supported and called out the demand for that specific type of building and hangar. So we already had the product type that the master plan was calling for. The tenants had made very clear and expressed to us a desire to keep the rental rates low, and a new construction process would obviously be considerably more costly, and from a convenience standpoint, we felt that a demolition of the hangars and knowing the time frame it would take to rebuild the hangars, the tenants that are currently there would be displaced. We didn't really have a solution for where they could temporarily relocate. So that would have been very problematic. The pictures shown on screen are the result of the renovation. We made structural upgrades by replacing the failing. The main problem the buildings were having was the door header beam. The construction, as we found, that was the way that beam had been constructed was basically destined to fail, and that's what was happening. We were getting a sagging in that beam, and it was affecting the operation of the doors. Once we replaced those beams, we had a sound structural building. We fumigated the buildings. There has been some termite and other types of activities such as that. We cleaned up the floors. In some cases, these buildings have dirt, gravel floors. They're not paved or concrete. So we've upgraded those. We obviously, as you can see, we put on new metal surface, including a new roof with a new pitch to the roof so we have better drainage during the rainy season. And then the doors were rebuilt and the track systems were rebuilt. And essentially, when you look at the hangars, the materials used was the same materials from the same manufacturer on the previous hangars that we built new in 2013. So the look and the finish of the hangars are identical to the previous buildings. We're still in the master plan process. It started in 2012. It's been very lengthy. There's been numerous open houses, comments from the public, workshops, technical advisory committee meetings. We're fairly close to getting a final product, and that will be in its final state. That will be submitted to the FAA. That particular document is a underlying requirement for FAA to continue to provide funding on the FAA grants that we have been securing. They've been gracious in providing us FAA funding. Without that in place, with the proviso that we would undertake and get that in place, and we're close to finalizing that. We have different projects that the FAA is attentive to, repaving of runways and movement areas for aircraft, signage, anything that deals with safety at the airport. The FAA is a partner with the city in providing funding. The city is the sponsor of the request, and then the FAA provides funding, and APV is the operating manager that then completes or undertakes the management of completing the work.
Excuse me, could you possibly speed it up a little bit?
Yeah.
A long agenda.
That's the end.
That was pretty good. Thank you. Do you have any other speakers? I guess that's no. Thank you very much. Public comment? Yeah, there you go.
At this time, we have Carol Kimmett.
I'm not as involved as some of the folks in my neighborhood have been with issues we've had with the airport, but I'm looking at this presentation and I'm seeing how much money and effort is spent on 69 tenants who frequent the airport. There are many more people than that who are neighbors that APVD doesn't seem to be addressing quite nearly as well with the same amount of money and energy. It's a small number of offenders, continuous noise nuisance, planes that are flying over a red-lined area, and I would just like to ask APV to put some of that energy and money he's just demonstrated into a much larger number of people who are neighbors to the airport. That's all.
Thank you.
Next, we have Timothy Broom.
Hi, my name is Tim Broom. I am a resident at 1429 Tappan Street here in Oceanside, and I'm here again about the airport. So I'll just keep this kind of brief because it seems every time the airport issue comes up, I'm here. So I'm just going to touch on some of the issues, which are the same issues that we've been going over for the past 3 or 4 years, and these are the same issues that we've always had. One of the things that APV may report to you is that they have had no noise complaints. That is not true. We've actually been holding a lot of those complaints regarding their tenants because one of their commercial tenants threatened one of our people in the neighborhood who was filing those complaints. And this is quite well known at the airport, both by the airport manager and also by APV staff. So that vendor's very aware of it. This same commercial tenant has also been witnessed with unsafe hot fueling operations on his aircraft before departure, and that is, there are some other violations that we've also observed regarding dropping the parachutist through clouds. We believe on the east side that there should be a little bit more oversight, and there's some more oversight that is needed regarding your airport management vendor. These issues have not gone away, and I guess that I'll be back. And I just want to thank you very much.
Thank you. You might contact the management back there.
Next we have Wes Barba.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor, good evening, Honorable Council members. My name is Wes Barba. I am currently learning how to fly. I got my own airplane with the purpose of learning how to fly, and so far it's doing well. And he's still here. I came to give my opinion on the airport and on the management of the airport. As a pilot, I like to have an airport nearby, and to come with an airport in my city, in my neighborhood. I've been watching the progress on the management and how they handle the airport, and so far I've been admiring the work. They make sure that our airport stays clean and also safe. But when it comes to be a tenant in an airport, where I'm noticing that some people agree and disagree about what's going on at the airport, I'm going to use my right to come here and say that what I see is positive. I understand that there are some complaints about people, about the noise when we are flying over, but part of being in a city that is progressing is also having an airport. And airports bring planes, and planes make noise, and they are up there, and the management of the airport always tell us how to go to the right direction in order to avoid noise. As a pilot, that's all that I can tell regarding the noise. But as a tenant, I can tell that the management is doing a great job so far, and I see the progress that they are doing with the airport. At the beginning, I noticed how all these hangars were falling apart and all that. Now I live in I keep my airplane in a very clean hangar that is very strong, no leaks, and it's doing, it's very well built. Thank you, ATV. You guys are doing a good job, and thank you guys for listening.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
How many more?
Last one.
Go.
Edison Gordon Nesbitt may come forward.
My name is Gordon Nesbitt. I reside at 1331 Broken Hitch Road in Oceanside. I'm the president of the Oceanside Airport Association, an organization which has just shy of 800 members, most of whom are neither pilots or aircraft owners, but rather just interested citizens who want to have a local, vibrant airport. 6 years ago, our members were excited about the future of the airport. An airport management firm had just been selected, which touted an impressive aviation resume and solid financial resources. That firm, Airport Property Ventures, promised to staff the airport with experienced and credentialed professionals to rapidly develop the airport using a common architectural theme and to implement a comprehensive noise abatement program that would address the concerns of airport neighbors. Now, 6 years later, we're disappointed. As it's turned out, APV has no prior experience in managing a small airport like Oceanside. The current airport staff has had little or no professional training or previous experience with the day-to-day operations of any airport. Safety issues have gone unrecognized, and we believe APV staff may have put federal funding at risk through the selective enforcement of discriminatory access policies. The promise of a common architectural theme has been forgotten, and APV's noise abatement program has lost the confidence of airport neighbors. APV has expressed a desire to withdraw from the contract if an agreement can be reached with the city. Clearly, APV has lost interest in unlocking the value of Oceanside Airport. The Oceanside Airport Association believes that it is time to cut bait, come to terms with APV, and begin a competitive process seeking a more capable and motivated contractor. We encourage the council to identify appropriate remedies which will put us back on track to creating an inviting and vibrant airport. In the meantime, OAA will continue to support city staff, elected officials, and stakeholder community groups to improve the airport. We will continue to act as airport stakeholders and watchdogs and advocates as Maxwell Field moves forward. I want to put a plug in. August 22nd, we're having a classic car and aircraft show at the airport. Should be up to about 2,000 people there. Everyone here is invited. Please come out. Thank you very much.
No further public on this item. You are, Mr. Crane. Yeah.
Couple of quick comments, because I have about 25 questions here, but I'm not going to ask them all. I'm going to agree with Mr. Broom and Mr. Nesbitt about the safety oversight. I saw the video of the hot fueling. That is not good. That is poor supervision. That is dangerous. And what hot fueling is, for the people in the audience, that means your plane is running, the pilot is out of the plane, and he's putting fuel in the plane with the prop turning. So there's no excuse for that. There's got to be supervision at the airport. So I think lack of oversight is one of the things they're going to have to correct. I'd like to thank APV for, after 4 years of asking, I finally see a marketing plan. I was promised a marketing plan 4 years ago. And we did get it this week, and it actually looked like maybe a freshman in a marketing class wrote it. And actually, the cut and paste product, it is not good. I really have some real issues with that. And actually, the marketing and advertising budget is, this last year was $2,400, where their cleaning supplies and office supplies was $4,400. So they actually spend more money on cleaning supplies and paper than they do on a marketing plan. And then seeing their operations for the first quarter, they had, as far as their marketing and outreach, they allowed OPD and other motorcycle training there and 2 birthday parties. That is not the way to market an airport. So the idea, we need, something happen out there. I'm not going to comment on the contractual arrangements. That is not our place to do that. I will wait for APV to contact us if there was some change in the contract. But I think the big word is disappointment. We have an asset, we have a jewel out there, and it's being mishandled. So I'm like I said, I had 20 questions here, but we do have a long agenda, and what I'll probably do is just submit them in writing to APV, and we'll get those answered for the rest of the council. So thank you.
First off, that was for information only. I thank you. Later on, they want to contact us over to the city. For us, 6 o'clock is the change in council. We're not aware a little bit, I understand. I'll take a break for about 5 minutes to let my staff set up for some of the presentations. If you haven't been here before, out the doors, up the stairs, bathroom, water. So about a 5-minute break. Thank you very much. Okay, quick moving on. Gentlemen, we appreciate the second half of the council meeting, and a couple of things as always for housekeeping. A cell phone, pager, please put on vibrate, we appreciate it. We got some presentation to do at the beginning, and an introduction to some important people here in town that I think a lot of people would like to see. And we have some beauty contest winners here tonight. I'm really thrilled about those. But first, we'll have my aide explain what we're going to do now.
Please stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Tonight's invocation will be delivered by City Clerk Zach Bick, who is also youth pastor for the Fields Church.
Please bow your heads. Father, we come before you to say thank you. Thank you for the privilege, the blessing, the honor it is to reside here in the city of Oceanside. We come together as a diverse community, a community of different backgrounds, different beliefs, different presence, and different futures, yet one common goal, and that is the betterment of this city. We come here tonight to seek your guidance, your wisdom, and discernment during the deliberations that transpire this evening. And in doing so, we lift up Councilmember Feller, Councilmember Kern, Councilmember Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Lowry, and Mayor Wood. May you grant them peace and wisdom during their discussions and decisions this evening. And we say all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Tonight's pledge of allegiance will be led by Miss Oceanside 2015, Kylie McKenzie, and Miss Teen Oceanside 2015, Jacinda Leo.
Wow, it was wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm honored. You can call them.
Okay, and we'd like to call forward Miss Oceanside Princesses, Jacqueline Montano, and Iris Springwood, and Miss Teen Oceanside Princesses, Lauren Bell, and Christina Vanellis. I would also like to call forward Oceanside Sea Lions President Suzette Namabos, and Pam Hankins, Community Liaison for the Sea Lions.
People are going to take pictures of everybody up here. You can move wherever you want. That's what you're here for. Thank you. Let me get out the photo. First off, ladies and gentlemen, if you look, this represents Oceanside's fares of the fair, and I'm pretty impressed. And what's your opinion? That's what I thought. Very wonderful. And Pacific Quantas. Oh, yes. I'm going to give the mic to you and say a few things.
I will. Good afternoon, Mayor Jim Wood, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephanie Abbas. I'm from the Oceanside Sea Lions Club, a non-profit service organization under the umbrella of Lions International. In the 1920s, we argued a little history, two sentences actually. And this picture is Helen Keller challenged the Lions to be the Knights of the Blind. And since then, the Lions have taken it to heart. Oceanside Sea Lions Club has been helping the students from the Oceanside Unified School District. And in the projects, please visit our website, www.oceansidesealionsclub for more information. We sponsored Miss Oceanside and Miss Oceanside Scholarship Pageant. The winners become the ambassadors of goodwill. They are beautiful, lovely, intelligent, talented, and willing to serve. I would like to introduce to you Miss Oceanside Kylie Mackenzie first.
Hi, I'm Kylie Mackenzie, Miss Oceanside 2015. Hi, I'm Jacinda Rios. I am Miss Teen Oceanside.
Jacqueline Montano, Miss Oceanside Princess.
Hi, I'm Iris Singh, and I'm Miss Oceanside Princess. Hello, I'm Lauren Bell, Miss Teen Oceanside Princess. Hello, I'm Kristalina Benuelos, Miss Teen Oceanside Princess.
Very important person here.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Mitchell, and Pam and I have worked with this pageant for 33 years. We went almost 2 years without having a pageant. And Bob Citron and Pam went down and got it all started again. And Pam and I have worked with this pageant for 33 years. And I'm telling you, this year we had 22 young ladies, and they were all wonderful. In fact, I would never be a judge because all those girls are so wonderful. I would have all of them as Miss Oceanside. They're all so wonderful. And thank you so much for coming. And for our wonderful mayor, who is my neighbor.
Good self, one more time.
Oh, I just want to say, they're very positive to say them to you. You see them around the neighborhood, just please greet them. They're very willing to greet you and socialize with you. Thank you.
Just wanted to say a quick hello, Pam Parenti, Community Liaison for the Oceanside Sea Lions. If you're interested in having any of these girls at any events coming up, please see me, and we'll see if we can schedule that. So volunteerism, and we have a very full schedule ahead. The more notice we have, the better. Thank you.
I'm honored to have you here tonight, and we're really proud of all of you. They go to all the events, and they do it for free. It's really nice. They represent Oceanside. These are the girls that represent the city of Oceanside. One more time, please.
Next, we would like to present the choice from the hospital board. Please come forward when I call my name. Mary Sharp, board chair. Jill Davis Cooler, vice chair. Ramona Fernando, Secretary. Simon Carrot, MD and Treasurer. James Reno, Assistant Secretary. Laura Mitchell, Assistant Treasurer. And Julie Nygaard, Board Member.
Ladies and gentlemen, I decided to do something different recently, and it was bring all the people throughout the city that are involved in some form of a passion like this Tri-City Board. Last week, or last councilman, I had all the people here from the Oceanside Unified School District. I'll keep trying to bring these people in, because these people really affect your life on a daily basis, and they're a good group, and I'm proud to have them here. I appreciate the fact that they took a lot of their valuable time to be here tonight. I'm sorry we're so busy, but thank you very much. If I could, I'll just pass the mic down. You can tell everybody who you are, and I appreciate it.
Larry Schmalk. I am the board chair this year. I've lived in Oceanside for over 40 years, and I'm also a neighbor of Mayor Royce. I'm a pharmacist, and we're here to provide quality health care for the people that live in the district, and that's what we're all about.
I'm Jim D'Agostino, lived in North County since 1971. I am a practicing physical therapist in your community, and still practice. I go to work every day. That's what I do. That's my first job. My second job, of course, is board vice chair. And I think I'm honored that I've been elected to serve you and to work at your hospital. Remember, Tri-City is your hospital, your tax dollars, and this hospital was set for you. And I'm honored that you've elected us to serve you.
Hi, my name is Ramona Fanilla. I'm Secretary of the Board. I'm honored to be on such a board because we have been doing some really wonderful things for our whole area. Our 3 cities are very important, and we're here to keep you healthy so that you can do whatever you need to do. Again, thank you for letting us come.
Hi, Dr. Cy Keller. I practiced here in Oceanside for 35 years on the active staff of Tri-City. I've now been retired almost 8 years, but I've spent quite a bit of time on the board. My goal is to keep this hospital a local hospital, independent for the citizens of Oceanside, Carlsbad, and Vista, and that's my devotion to being on this board. Plus, it gets me out of the house. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Rosemary Reno. And I have been associated with Tri-City Hospital for 47 years. We moved here from the East Coast September 1965. I have served the district either as the director of the emergency room at Tri-City or a float nurse going around starting IVs. Then I became a professor of nursing and taught at Maricosta College for 28 years. And all my students did their clinical work at Tri-City, and I'm proud to serve you. I feel as though, having been re-elected since 1984 and serving you for almost 32 years, that you people really trust me. And I want to thank you all for that trust. And I've always have preserved the hospital as the people's hospital, your hospital, not mine. And we work for you. And I want to thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Laura Mitchell. I'm a registered nurse who's currently an active working night shift nurse. And I remember Mrs. Reno and her students when I was still in LVN. I went to Palomar College. I've lived in this area for 40 years, and my daughter was born at Tri-City. I'm the newest board member, and like the others, my goal is to keep Tri-City, which I think is our community jewel, in the community and for the community.
Hi, I'm Julie Nygaard. I came to North County in 1952. I was pretty young. I love North County. I think it's a wonderful place for all of us to live, and I think it's really critically important for us to have a well-functioning hospital for all of you that's nearby, so you don't have to get on the freeway to get to the hospital. It's harder as we get older to be driving around, so I think it's really important to us. And we have the most amazing
wonderful, best-kept secret, Tri-City Hospital, and I hope you'll all use it. Come visit us soon, and we'll make you healthy. Thanks.
A couple of things. I'm honored to be here, have you live on TV for people can see these people that donate their time to Tri-City Hospital. Some of you, like Rosemary, try to get involved in the community. You know, you hide out, you don't spend any time here. How many? Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation, I think.
You don't have to stay, you have to go, and that's fine.
Next, we have the mayor's business member spotlight. With the following individuals, please come forward when I call your name. David Rediger, Chamber of Commerce President and CEO. Ron Waitmeister, Chairman of the Board. Business Member of the Month, Cindy Malfoy, Membership Director for El Camino Country Club, and Jerry Granger, the General Manager.
So, tonight we are recognizing the Business of the Month, which is kind of a funny thing to say, because El Camino Country Club we are recognizing as the Business of the Month. But why of the month? Because they have been here now since '59, the land was purchased, and they're celebrating the 55th birthday this year. So you finally made it the Business of the Month after 55 years. So we have Gary Glacier here, the General Manager of the Country Club, and we have Cindy Malfi, who is the Membership Director. And the Country Club has been a fixture in Oceanside. It has been here so a long time. It's providing a great service for the community. It's family-oriented, so for golfers that really want to have a good time. But also, the Country Club is supporting a lot of the charities around the area. So the Country Club is hosting like Rotary clubs, 2 Rotary clubs. It's having there's other charities that have their monthly meetings there, weekly meetings, have for the Chamber of Commerce hosting the dinners, and it's sponsoring all kinds of activities that benefit the city of Oceanside. So therefore, Business of the Month, finally, and I want to thank you for being a community member. Thank you very much, Gary. Thank you, Cindy, and present you the plaque for the Business of the Month.
This was really a no-brainer because the El Camino Country Club has been such an active and wonderful member of the Chamber of Commerce. We've traditionally, in fact, next month we're having our installation luncheon. Is it on the reservation? Oh, good. And that'll be on the 15th at 12 noon. So we do use the club. My daughter got married out there also. I had to share that with everybody. So thank you all very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to the Chamber and to the Mayor and the City Council for giving us this time. We're all proud, all 70 co-workers at El Camino, involved with the City of Oceanside, this kind of organization. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to do my 18th year residency in Oceanside. Happy to be here. I've been at the club 11 years. Sorry for my voice, I'm a little hoarse tonight. But it's a wonderful community. I have never lived and worked in the same city. I was a commuter for many years of my life. So this is a joy, and it's so much fun to know Jim Wood, or to know Jack Feller, to know city, we're seen on the beach, and really be a part of a great city. And I know we sponsor Art Walk First Friday, and it's just been a tremendous growth for the city of Oceanside.
I don't have much to say, but one of the best neighbors we've ever had, and continue to always have us out there for lunch. Thank you very much, and let's give it to this welcome, and say thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking up some time. I appreciate it for these events, the Queens and Princesses. It's a really big issue for them and live on TV, and I appreciate your patience. Now to get back on the council member, it's a busy agenda. Mr. Clerk, the closed session report from the city attorney, please.
Thank you. The council member closed session to discuss item one, conference of labor negotiator on the status of negotiations with the Oceanside City Employees Association, as well as the unrepresented employees. There's no action to report on that item. Item 2A, conference of real estate negotiator involving the Oceanside Municipal Airport, negotiating for the City of Oceanside Airport Property Ventures. Again, there's no action to report on that item. 2B, conference of real estate negotiator involving the property located at 450 Country Club Lane, under negotiations of price and terms for a property use agreement. Again, there's no action to report on that item. And finally, the council met on item 3A, involving public employee appointment involving the city manager, and there's no action to report on that item.
Thank you, I appreciate it, everyone. Okay, a public comment, and I think we have somebody's, Kathy's not here, but are you going to fill in for her?
Yes, this time Gamaro can come forward.
Thank you very much. I know you're busy, and sorry.
Let me make it official because Kathy's not here, so I'm representing Kathy, so I gotta wear this hat for her. Don't try, guys.
A little closer to the mic, we can get you there, okay?
Let me put the mic here. Oh, thank you. All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council attendees, and viewers in the public here. My name is Gumaro Escarcega with Main Street Oceanside, here Downtown Business Association. Starting the Oceanside Independence Week with Tri-City Medical Center, which presents this Saturday, the Oceanside Independence Parade, which is always held the weekend before 4th of July. The tradition since the late 1800s, true red, white, and blue Americana, with floats, marching bands, scouts, veterans, and trollers. We want to thank Tri-City Medical Center for their continuous support as being our presenting sponsor. All of our tow companies, and ensuring that we have a wonderful parade for our floats. So far, we expect no less than 15 floats. This year's theme is Legends and Legacies, which we see a few legends here and a few legacies here coming up forward. This year, the parade starts at 10 a.m. to noon on Coast Highway from Wisconsin to Civic Center Drive. This year's Grand Marshal is Coach Carroll from Oceanside High School. We'll have 4 marching bands, 16 veteran groups, baton twirlers, vintage carts, floats, and numerous groups, and a lot more. We invite you to bring your chairs, wave your red and white flags out here, and bring that red, white, and blue attire to celebrate our nation's birthday. We would like to thank over 100 volunteers who helped us put this parade together. We couldn't do it without them. This is our Oceanside tradition to honor our national birthday. For more information, you can visit oceansideparade.com or give us a call. Also, we'd like to promote next week's markets. Of course, Thursday is Market Day. We have the Star Spangled Sunset Market on July 2nd. The Sunset Market operates on Pierview Way from 5 to 9. We have live music, balloons, jump house, light activities, hot food, shopping, everything you can think of. Also, next week, it's first Friday of the month, from 6 to 9, we have over 20 businesses participating that will be offering food, drinks, and a lot of our communities. It's a 6 blocks radius, and then for more information about the venues, it's oceansideartwalk.org. So come and visit us. Also, July 3rd is our city Oceanside anniversary. Come visit us at Corazon. There will be a display of fireworks. Starts at 9 o'clock, so come out and show some support. 4th of July, we have beach at the pier. We have some events going on down there, so come support us as well at the beaches. Also, 4th of July, Harbor holding the Yankee Doodle Dinghy Parade at the harbor.
And last, it's for the 5th of July morning after Mass Beach cleanup provided by the Surfrider Foundation. They will be meeting at the pier, so everybody wants to come out and volunteer to keep our beaches clean. For any information about our events, visit our website, mainstreetoceanside.com. And if you have any questions, there's a flyer here, and there's also flyers outside. So thank you so much for your time, and hope to see you guys all on Saturday.
Next we have Ashley Simpkins.
Hi. Hello, I'm Ashley Simpkins. I'm here on behalf of the Friends of the Public Library. A bunch of you have been here long enough that I'm sure you remember the Trivia Bee, the favorite fundraiser for the Friends of the Library. It was everyone's favorite for over 10 years, and it's got by popular demand this year. So on July 19th from 2 to 5 p.m., it's a Sunday afternoon, we're going to be at Advance, the new event center on Mission Avenue for the veterans, and we're going to be raising money for the library, and it'll be a trivia competition much like the old one, but also with a little bit of modern pub trivia mixed in. If you're a fan of game shows, if you're a fan of pub trivia, if you're pretty sure you're smarter than most of the people you know, then this is the event for you. It's going to be so much fun. There will be great Mexican food, wonderful refreshments, all included in the ticket, including some local craft beer and some wine. There will be an opportunity drawing and a live auction. The event will be hosted by Ron Owens, local hypnotist and member of the fire department. And he'll be hosting the trivia, and Ken Harrison from the San Diego Reader will be our general MC. Tickets are $35 for an individual supporter ticket, non-competing, or $100 to register a team of 3 people. You can visit us on our Facebook page, facebook.com/OPLFriends, or you can visit us on Eventbrite to buy tickets, or stop by either library branch to buy tickets, and it should be fun. So I hope to see everyone, and I hope to see lots of teams from local businesses and service organizations. Thank you.
Next we have Adam Brown.
Hey, my name's Adam Brown. I was here a few months ago. I'll cut to the chase here. On July 8th of last year, I had an appointment with Jerry Kearns here to discuss my problems with the Oceanside PD, a constant problem with them. Turns out in the end, there was 2 people hiding in the room next door. One of the voices I did recognize, the male and the female, was Sergeant Rainwater. He called me back in there a week later in a t-shirt and shorts, and all he did was ask, and the first thing I asked him, who's the people next door? He said, Mr. Brown, I cannot comment on that right now, and this meeting is now over with. Okay, since then, I've had a crazy captain. Last time I was here, that just flipped out, wouldn't let me even talk to him. He's when I had a meeting down there. Then to find out a week later that I had a meeting with them again, but no, you guys have to call my father. I am 44 years old. I am very well take care of myself. This problem, whatever it was, I have been trying to talk to the police nicely and peacefully. Okay, I've gone through internal affairs. That's Sergeant Rainwater. She blows me up. Now, why do you guys call my father? And why does he have 2 people hide in the room next door? And he won't comment on those things. My phone number is on that thing right there. My address is on this. And I'll keep coming back there to find out what is going on here. These have your cops down there just acting like weirdos, and my neighbors are just going off on me. Because they're proud to. Your cops aren't going to do anything about it. They're just being smart aleck for me. So, thank you very much. I appreciate this. Please let me get back.
Thank you very much.
Next we have J.B. Friedman.
You can cancel them if you want to.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, staff, and council members. First off, I directed this Mayor Wood. If you would go to the Henderson City Council meeting of Nevada in February, and you get the message that I gave them, that get applies to you all too. Now, I'm not here for that, except to say watch it. If you want the big picture of really what's going on in the world, the outhouse behind the White House, look at John Todd and Kathy O'Brien on YouTube. It'll give you the big picture. Long story short, my 30-second synopsis is, I was born and groomed into the Illuminati. and the Rockefeller family. There's no evil I can see or do. And then God got me out. I've been going against him for 25 years. I'm a team of people, covert people. I've been the target and the bait and the leader of several thousand people who are here now and all around and helping you keep your crime rate down. In any case, that's not my main reason here, just to give you that I'm very experienced and I know what I'm saying and I know what I'm doing. I came here by error. I caught a bus to San Diego, and when I got here, the bus driver said, I said, am I in San Diego? He goes, see. So I got off in Oceanside. So I end up here. In any case, the gift that I have, now that I'm retired from cooking criminals, which we did quite effectively in our last venture in Las Vegas, with Freddy Krueger as a neighbor, and Jason as a neighbor, and the Happy Hooker as a neighbor, it was very interesting. In any case, my talent and gift has been since I was 7 as being an entrepreneur. And I see much more potential in this town. I've been very impressed with the way it's run and the way that things are done here. A little bit strong in some ways, but in any case, you have a great town with a lot of global potential that I think you need to tap into more. You all are government people. I'm an entrepreneur. I hope we can purge and merge and help this town really economically boom, because my mind goes on about 8 tracks at once. And that's a transition I'm in. And even though right now I'm homeless and broke, it doesn't make any difference. I walk close this way. And he led me here. And I love the weather and the people. Now, man, I'm going to tell you one thing. You have an officer named Nunez. I hate bad cops. Now, he needs to be fired.
Your time's up, I'm sorry, but I thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No further public on this item?
That's it? Hard to believe. Anyhow, with that, Mr. Clerk, if you have the convenience and time, item number 41.
Yes, item number 41 is adoption of a resolution concerning the diagrams and assessments for the Vista del Rio Landscape Maintenance District, Assessment District 1-2001, and order the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 2015-2016.
Thank you, Doug.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and our Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside.
Closure.
I'm sorry. It is a public meeting, I'm sorry. Thank you, I appreciate it. As the mayor, I'll open this public hearing. And,
Staff.
Staff.
None.
Staff.
No contact.
Quorum on the petition done, thank you. Now back to you, Doug.
Good evening. Staff is recommending the adoption of this item pursuant to the Landscaping Lining Act, State of California. The annual renewal needs to occur for the assessments to be levied against these properties within this district for fiscal year 15 and 16. The assessments being levied are increased slightly by the cost of living increase of 1.2%, I believe, and that was voted on by the property owners a few years ago. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
See the sidewalk, do we have public on this?
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this specific item may come forward at this time.
I see none. With that, I'll close the public hearing and come back to the council. And Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that there was balloting that was not necessary because the majority of the property owners agreed to the 1.3% increase of the CPI, so I'm going to move adoption.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Any further questions or comments? Please vote.
I'm so sorry. Could council please, those who voted earlier, vote again? Everyone just click it again, please. Thank you.
Everybody?
Motion approved 5-0.
5-0. Thank you very much. If you have time, please, 42.
Yes, item number 42 is adoption of a resolution stating parking fees, regulations, and restrictions at parking lots 4, 8, North, 24B, 25, 26, 27, 32, and 33.
Thank you. As the mayor, I open the public hearing and ask exposures.
From the public a little bit and from staff.
No contact.
Staff and public?
Staff, the members of the public.
It's limited public, but mostly staff.
Thank you. Correspondence petition? Okay, thanks. Gary, good seeing you.
It's good to be here. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Gary Kellison with the Engineering Division. The immediate reason for this resolution is to approve the hours and rates for the new Lot 24B, which was opened last week. The resolution also satisfies two other popular requests. One is to increase the parking time for two lots at Oceanside Harbor, one next to the Oceanside Broiler and the other next to Joe's Crab Shack. The other request this resolution addresses is to allow overnight parking in Lot 26, which is next to Spring Hill Suites. And so that would be paid overnight parking at a rate of $25 a day. In addition to those three specific items, the resolution consolidates all previous parking regulations and resolutions were historically in at least three or more separate resolutions. So the end result is one reso for the rules for them all. If there's any questions, I'll...
Have a seat aside, right? Thank you very much for a brief presentation.
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward this time.
I see none. Close the public hearing. Come back to council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move adoption. I know some of this has to do with the developments going downtown and in preparation for that to have some temporary parking. So until we have our parking, our lot 23 built, this is temporary. So move adoption.
Second. By the way, there's maps all around the city at City Hall. There are quite a few parking lots downtown that people don't know about, even though they're there. All the ones that are being closed down for construction, that's the ones that everybody wants to go to. As they're closed downtown, there's a lot more parking lots from us, so keep that in mind. Thank you very much. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Your chance and your time, 43.
Yes, item 43 is adoption of a resolution approving regular coastal permit RRP 15-0001 to allow public right-of-way and revetment improvement associated with the 700 South The Strand project. Applicant, City of Oceanside.
Thank you. Excuse comment, Scott, I guess, but disclosures. I've opened the public hearing and disclosures, please.
Staff only. Staff.
Staff.
No contact.
Staff only.
Thank you. Correspondence petition none. Thank you. Scott, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, council members, Mayor Wood, members of the public. I'm Scott. Adoption of a resolution approving a regular coastal permit to permit public right-of-way improvements and revetment improvements associated with the 700 South The Strand project and Strand improvements to Wisconsin, all the way down to Wisconsin Street. Here's an image of the subject project area in red. The project is located within the downtown district. Downtown District 4A is the zoning. The project limits are basically from the 700 South The Strand project, which you can currently see under construction today, all the way down to Wisconsin. This application, like I said, is for public right-of-way and revetment improvements associated with the 700 South The Strand project. The City of Oceanside is working together with the developer to improve the entire section of the Strand from 700 South The Strand down to Wisconsin. The project limits, the whole scope of the project will be 267 linear feet. That's basically from 700 South The Strand to Wisconsin, and the 135 portion is near the revetment area. The proposed project is to widen and repave south of the Strand to a width of 27.5 This is consistent with the width of the remainder of the Strand to the north. This would restore the street conditions and that existed prior to some storm damage that occurred in 1980. This widening of South the Strand will also require minor reconfigurations to the stone revetment due to ongoing storm damage. Work on this revetment is intended to be limited to approximately 10-foot wide strip seaward of the edge of the road. The work can be accomplished without any seaward expansion of the revetment, the rocks on the beach, and there won't be any heavy equipment placed on the beach for this construction. Here's an image of what the current configuration is now. Here's what we plan to extend the Strand to. We will move this to a 10-foot strip here, and then also expand the remaining revetment back into its place there. Due to storm damage of 1980, here's what the Strand looked like back in 1970s. The city unfortunately had to repair the Strand due to this storm, as you can see here. And with that, unfortunately, we had to repair the road, narrow the width, which resulted in narrow public beach, bike path, pedestrian lanes, and also created an ununiform revetment, which pushed into the right-of-way. As you can see here from this image, due to the access demands of the Strand, the work was rushed, and the revetment has been encroaching into the Strand right-of-way, which has resulted in less protection of the street. As our proposal, this proposed plan will straighten out the ununiformity section of the Strand while improving the revetment, but not extending the revetment any seaward than where the revetment exists today. The project is considered maintenance and repair, and the project will restore the width of the Strand to its pre-damage condition and improve safety for motorists, pedestrians, and bicyclists. When reviewing this project, we reviewed this project based on general plan conformity and compliance. The project would improve the current road conditions, improve the public health and safety welfare of the residents of the city of Oceanside. It will also meet all local coastal program requirements in terms of public coastal access. It will improve the coastal access by widening the road and the bike lane and pedestrian access. Also, coastal views will not be obstructed, and there will be no impacts on public parking. With that, staff recommends that the Community Development Commission support the City Planner's recommendation and the Downtown Advisory Commission's recommendation and adopt the regular coastal permit for the revetment and Strand improvements. Thanks.
Public?
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward this time.
Good evening, Council. I'm a little unprepared because I just heard this for the first time, but excuse me, my name is Dirk Hackelman. I'm a resident of Oceanside and have been a resident for 23 years. Just hearing about this proposal, I'm actually pleased to hear about it. I'm very familiar with the area, having walked it very recently. I am thinking, though, that along with the improvements that he suggests, it would be nice to have an access to the beach via some sort of stairway that would go over the rock abutment onto the sand area, especially considering that there'll be a number of new residents in the area with the condo project that's under construction. So that's my input that I'd like to contribute tonight. Thank you.
Scott, any indications on the issue for steps going down?
This project does not propose any new access. We do have access just north of 700 South of Strand, in between, I believe it's closer to 400 block, and just south of this at Wisconsin, we have an existing access.
Thank you very much. Gary, any difference? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other members wishing to speak on this item may come forward this time?
No, I see none. I'll go ahead and close this public hearing, come back to council. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since this is a maintenance and repair project and not new development, I'm going to move adoption.
I'll second. Second, very much. Any further comments? Councilman Chappelle.
I just want to make it clear this is also in concert with the developer, so he's spending some money on this to make it, better so it's not all on our backs.
Yes, this is a collaborative effort between the developer of 700 South the Strand and the city. The 700 South the Strand project was actually conditioned to improve portions of their right-of-way in front of their project, so this will be in compliance with that.
And that access that you talked about at Wisconsin is, sometimes when the sand doesn't reach the bottom of the ramp, it's a little tough, but that does have actually pretty good access, just right down the ramp there, so, I mean, that is a good access point.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So, Scott, is there any beach there?
On low tide, yes. On extreme high tides, no.
Okay, so access to the beach isn't going to make much difference because there really isn't much beach there. There's like
that's true.
When the low tide is in, we're okay, we got a little sand. No one uses that beach though.
Exactly. Actually, this project is going to improve the Strand area for the residents living along that area. Because as of right now, when we have the extreme high tides, there's just water washing over the revetment. Oh. It just creates a nice little pond. So this will.
So will there be any just the materials? The rock will be in there between the roadway, the new curbing, I suppose, and that's going to be it.
Exactly. It'll be what you see existing along northern portions of the Strand.
Thank you.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 44.
Yes, item number 44 is adoption of a resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration and associated mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Adoption of a resolution approving a 25-year property use agreement with BGT Media, LLC, in the minimum annual amount of $180,000 for a portion of city-controlled right-of-way at the terminus of Rancho Del Oro Drive at State Route 78 for the construction and use of digital message board sign and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement.
Thank you. Is there open the public hearing and ask for disclosure?
Plenty of public contact as well as proponent, staff, pretty much everybody.
I had contact with the applicant. I had numerous public people sending in messages, phone calls, walking down the street, and also staff.
Similar.
Yeah, the same thing. The applicant, members of the public, emails, phone calls. That's it.
Yeah,
Staff.
yeah. Okay. The applicant, public, staff, this has been pretty heavily communicated to us the interests of the public, so we're ready to go.
Mr. Clerk, how many people?
Well, first and foremost, we received a large amount of correspondence.
I know it's open up, but how many did you get?
Public hearing, so.
Yeah, I know what they're going to call it.
So far, 11 individuals have requested to speak on the side.
Decide how long a time. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Doug Edow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. Staff is recommending adoption of the two items before you. Back in May of 2002, the City Council amended the ordinance to allow for 4 digital message board signs to be placed on city-owned and city-controlled property. Also in that year, staff received direction to issue a request for proposals to identify entities interested in developing and operating signs on the city-owned and city-controlled property. Later, staff entered into negotiations with BGT Media for a property use agreement for a digital sign located at the terminus of Rancho Del Oro Drive right-of-way and State Route 78. Portion that the property on is currently undeveloped. The sign that BGT Media is proposing is 40-foot high. It is a 48 by 14-foot two-sided LED digital sign. Some of the basic terms are it's a 25-year agreement with a 25-year option. The rent is the grade of $180,000 per year or 25% of gross revenues, whichever is higher. The city is allowed to promote community events, city events, as well as allow for Amber Alerts and other such public service messages. The property use agreement also provides certain restrictions as to what can be advertised on the signs. It prohibits the sale of alcohol, sale of tobacco, and false and misleading advertisement, among other things. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jeff Hunt, City Planner, to discuss the environmental review process.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Jeff Hunt, the City Planner, and I'm here to talk about the CEQA compliance for this project. Well, we got a glitch, so I'll just go verbally. The city sign code requires compliance with CEQA for approval of the proposed billboard. So again, I'm sorry, we had a mix-up on the PowerPoint. The city sign code requires compliance with CEQA for the proposed billboard, and city staff has worked with the applicant's consultant regarding the content of the mitigated negative declaration, or commonly referred to as an MND. The city staff who worked with the consultant was Richard Greenbauer. He is on military leave right now, so I'm pinch hitting for him. The city staff also, although CEQA does not require a response to comments submitted on the MND, city policy is to require such responses. So city staff has also worked with the consultant on the response to comments on the MND. The applicant's consultant, I understand, will address 2 corrections during their presentation tonight, neither of which results in any significant impacts. The MND's initial study identified 4 potentially significant unless mitigated impacts from the billboard, and these concerned biological resources, specifically species and habitat, aesthetics or visual resources, and specifically disturbed vegetation, also cultural resources, specifically archaeological resources and human remains, and finally geology and soils, specifically erosion. The MND and the Mitigated Monitoring Reporting Program conclude that all impacts have been reduced to less than significant. And staff has found that the final MND is adequate under the provisions of CEQA and recommends adoption of the MND if the property use agreement is to be approved. Or in other words, council doesn't need to spend time reviewing the MND if the use agreement isn't supported. Council also has the option to require a full environmental impact report if you believe there's substantial evidence to support a fair argument that the project may have significant impacts. And finally, the applicant's consultant will be relied on to address specific detailed questions regarding the MND. City staff can address more general policy questions regarding and process questions regarding the CEQA. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, in conclusion, staff is recommending adoption of the mitigated neg declaration as well as the mitigation monitoring programs associated with that, as well as adoption of the property use agreement with BGT Media. Staff is prepared to answer any questions you might have, as well as the consultant for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The applicant.
At this time, Mr. Tom Nisset may come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
More mic. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to yield to our time until after the public comments. Some people may want to go home early.
At this time, we'll hear from our public. I'm going to call for the individuals who turned in blue forms, and after going through that, I will open up to anyone else who wants to speak on this item as well. But we will begin with Jane Marshall. And Mayor Wood, did you want it for 3 minutes or 2 minutes?
Make it 2.
2 minutes. So you'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Put the mic up, please. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jane Marshall. I'm a resident of Oceanside for 30-some years. And I'm also on the board of the Oceanside Coastal Neighborhood Association, otherwise known as OCNA. So I have a statement I'd like to read regarding the position. Dear Oceanside City Council and staff, Oceanside Coastal Neighborhood Association is an organization that represents the concerns of seaside residents from I-5 to the ocean between Oceanside Boulevard and Mission Avenue in matters that affect the neighborhood. The following statement of position is a response to the various efforts to plan for and implement all digital billboards in or near our community. OCNA strongly opposed the use of all digital billboards in or near our community for the following reasons. Aesthetic concerns, the installation of digital billboards in or around Seaside would represent a dominant visual element that is significantly brighter than the standard billboards. This urban blight would overwhelm the fundamental character of our beach community. Further, any digital billboards would be a distraction from the visual and scenic surrounding qualities that inherently draw visitors and investors to our city. The potential for negative effects on property values is also of a grave concern. Highway safety is a second concern. That the city's specific research has found an increased risk of accidents due to drivers who are distracted by captivating digital billboard content. According to this research, drivers look away from the road for 2 seconds or more to process digital billboard content, which is all that's needed to significantly increase risk of an accident. Of course, there's environmental consequences too. Certainly many of the ones that were just mentioned earlier, but as well, the carbon footprint of one digital billboard equals to 49 traditional billboards or 13 1/3 homes. Furthermore, according to the same source, one digital billboard equals about 108 tons a year of carbon dioxide. In any event, we are strongly opposed to any digital billboards now and in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Patricia Brown.
Hi, Mayor, council members.
You're going to have to pull that mic closer. Yeah, thank you.
I have questions about the property use agreement and the terms. 25 years seems excessive, especially when there's the option of another 25 years. So you're voting on something that's going to be in effect for 50 years. It's going to outlive all of us, or at least the majority of us in here. The city of Sacramento, I looked at their billboard agreement, and they have retained an early termination right. I didn't see that in the property use agreement here. Their agreement is for 25 years with a 5-year option. The city of Roseville has a 20-year contract with a 5-year renewal. I don't see why we would want a 25-year contract with another 25-year option. It just seems excessive. It doesn't seem like it's in the best interest of the city. I also don't understand about if the sign is relocated. There's no description on where it is, and also BGT Media gets a reduced rent. Again, why? If this thing is going to be making money hand over fist, why would they need a reduced minimum rent? Other than that, the same reason as OCN, I don't think that the city needs digital billboards. I really don't. I think I wonder what company is going to be buying the sign and whether they have the resources to back up the indemnification clause in there as well. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Kevin Brown, followed by Todd Nash.
Kevin Brown, 2716 Norman Street, Oceanside. I'm speaking on behalf of Scenic Oceanside.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, the community deserves better than this project. Your actions tonight will send a clear message as to what's most important, the residents you are elected to represent or the special interest behind this project and their pursuit of the almighty dollar. A vote for this project means you don't care about the effects of digital billboards on the adjacent wildlife corridor, nor the Buena Vista Creek Ecological Reserve. There's been an immense amount of information submitted on this subject. Did anyone actually read it? Shame on those who should be protecting the environment but choose to desecrate it. A vote for this project means you don't care about our neighboring cities of Vista and Carlsbad who rejected digital billboards. The effects of this billboard will stretch well beyond the borders of Oceanside. How arrogant and selfish this city would be to allow this project. A vote for this project means you don't care about future Oceanside city councils. This 50-year agreement will be a virtual ball and chain that they will have to live with. It's too expensive to force a billboard to come down should they want to change the sign ordinance and correct this mistake. Mr. Lissett touts his billboard as community-oriented. I disagree. The community doesn't need a billboard for Amber Alerts thanks to Caltrans signage. Traffic alerts, got it covered by my phone and GPS. Community events, yeah, only if there's unsold advertising space and, a little bit extra 2 weeks out of the year for city messages. In reality, this project is BGT media oriented for them to make money at the community's expense. This ordinance should never have been approved in the first place. Even with the applicant indemnifying the city, what happens if the applicant can't meet that obligation? Like multiple lawsuits by any number of billboard companies who will now have Oceanside in their crosshairs. They have nothing to lose. Either they get a billboard or they get a settlement. I doubt BGT Media or their successors have an endless stream of money. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please applause. This is a long evening tonight. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Todd Nash. I'm a property owner in Oceanside. I'm opposed to the placement of digital billboards in the city of Oceanside. Many times a year, I drive through Los Angeles to get to Ventura County where my relatives live. As I pass through LA, I see many of the reasons why I choose to live in the San Diego County Tri-City area rather than in LA. Oil wells, petroleum refineries, flyover bridges, and yes, digital billboards. Now you're looking to bring the digital billboard to Oceanside. The other two communities that make up the Tri-City area, Vista and Carlsbad, have each rejected digital billboards because their citizens say that they didn't want them. I have not heard from anyone in Oceanside that wants the digital billboards. They want the revenue from them, but who really wants the billboard itself? Besides the advertiser and the owner of the billboard, of course. Can't we find another, better, less divisive way to make money? The tragic part of all of this is that the city itself is a proactive participant in bringing the billboards to Oceanside. The city is setting the precedent that digital billboards are not only okay, but are absolutely welcome and encouraged because the city is allowing them even on city land. What is going to stop every billboard owner in the city of Oceanside from converting their existing static billboards into digital billboards? Certainly not lack of precedent. Voting yes on this resolution is not simply approving this one deal, but it's setting a precedent for every billboard in the city to be converted to digital. The city tries to stop those conversions after approving one on their own land. I predict that the city will find itself tied up in litigation for years over trying to restrict more digital billboards, all costing the citizens thousands, if not millions of dollars in legal fees. And the legal battle will likely only come after the replacement. Digital billboards are already up and the city finds itself in a position trying to take something down rather than stop it from going up in the first place. Let's take one more step away from becoming LA.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you round for applause. It's going to take a long time tonight. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Gregory Brown, followed by Valerie Tahan.
Mayor, council members, I'll keep it short because I think my parents covered the other facts that I'm not going to talk about. I'll just stick to the danger of billboards and my biggest complaint, other than the aesthetics. So, billboards are designed to distract. It is a product of evolution. We all know that. Flashing lights, moving things, they're meant to, our brains are wired to look at them because they might be a potential danger to us. Billboards are a very real danger to us when we're on the road. Motorcyclists have a 6 times more likely average to be in a fatal accident. That means you're basically allowing motorcyclists to be even more dangerous than they already are. They choose to this hobby, and they choose to live in Oceanside, but they're not given the option of what's presented on the road. They're basically being forced to be subjected by distracted drivers now, because the city council does not allow them to vote or a voice other than here at this meeting. So, just to conclude, no amount of money the city will ever make is worth the increased risk of a fatal accident. Anyone that's in favor of this proposal doesn't care about the safety of motorists or the betterment of Oceanside. Thank you.
My name is Valerie.
Bring your mic down, please.
Down?
Yeah, and your mouth.
I'm short, I guess. Okay. My name is Valerie Tehan. I'm a retired Chief Deputy County Counsel for the County of San Diego. I am here in opposition to the adoption of the mitigated deck and adoption of the proposed property use agreement. First, we have serious concerns about the impact of the U.S. Supreme Court case, Reed versus the Town of Gilbert, that was just decided last week. It has the potential to have a dramatic effect on what can and cannot be included in a sign ordinance in order to pass constitutional muster. You amended your sign ordinance a few years ago to specifically allow these digital billboards to be placed on city property. By allowing these digital billboards only on city property, you have opened the door to members of the outdoor advertising industry to sue to allow these billboards on private property, citing Reed versus the Town of Gilbert. Why discriminate? They'll follow the money and do whatever they must to succeed, and you are on a slippery slope. My experience, will your amended sign ordinance survive strict scrutiny if tested? I urge you to consider the consequences down the road for the legality and defense of this proposed property agreement if the underlying sign ordinance is unconstitutional. My experience as a former Chief Deputy County Counsel who has litigated cases against the outdoor advertising industry has taught me that once a sign goes up, it is a lengthy and expensive process to try to have it removed. Also, based on my experience with the county, I am concerned that an EIR must be prepared for this project to adequately address the impacts. As in closing, as was indicated in your invocation this evening, you are here for the betterment of Oceanside. Why open the door to opportunists who seek to destroy the aesthetics of the city of Oceanside who do so for personal and professional gain? Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Pam Wilson and Everett Delano.
Ramon's going to help us out with the My name is Pamela Wilson. I'm the Pro Bono Director of Scenic San Diego. We advocate for scenic beauty for our communities and strong enforcement of sign laws. We ask you to vote no on this MND and on the property agreement. We think it's wrong to tie the city's hands for so long. At a minimum, we ask you to send this back to a full EIR before you consider it further. Oceanside has for 15 years banned any new billboards. This freeze was enacted, as one of your council members informed me yesterday, after 4 billboards went up virtually overnight, and the city had to act fast to prevent being overrun by runway sign blight. The promised revenues in this case are not worth what you're trading off, in our opinion. You wouldn't sell your beaches, your clean air, or your many other public amenities the public enjoys. So why would you give away this hard and fast rule that cannot be any new billboards added in your city, and especially not digital ones? And especially for as little as 1% of 1% of your annual budget. That's what you're being traded out for. The domino effect will be monumental. This project opens the door to more digital billboards, and as many speakers have pointed out, invites private citizens to say, why not me? Why not on my private property if the city's allowing it on theirs? The U.S. Supreme Court has observed that there's only two important public interests that uphold limiting the First Amendment rights of advertisers: public safety and aesthetics. If you yourselves violate these by putting these signs up, you're saying to the community, either we don't really believe that these are the underlying interests of our sign code, in which case it's indefensible, or we're giving ourselves a free pass, but everybody else has to follow all the rules. Either one is just inviting litigation against your sign ordinance. So dozens of individuals and well-regarded community organizations have asked you to end this project, and we say the same. Please follow the other communities that have rejected the siren song of the outdoor advertisers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Everett Delano on behalf of Scenic Oceanside and Endangered Habitats League. I won't follow that, although please do leave that up. That's a great, that kind of says it all. I want to focus just for a moment on the CEQA issues that I mentioned in my letter a couple days ago. And I know what's going to happen is once this, I've done this before, once this, the public part of this hearing concludes, then your city attorney and the attorney for the applicant, and who knows who all else, is going to go and say, well, you know, you've got a bunch of people saying this, but really it's just speculation. It's nothing more than, you know, their own opinion and nothing else. Let me tell you, I think it's important to think about what you're hearing tonight and what you've seen in what's been submitted to you. I would argue that it is quite to the contrary to the notion of speculation. It is substantial evidence of a fair argument of a significant environmental impact in a number of areas. But because we only have 2 short minutes, let me just take one of those, and that's the biological resources. You saw a letter today, I assume, from the Fish and Wildlife Service. If you're going to stand up here, or if anyone stands up here today and tells you the Fish and Wildlife Service staff who says this project should not go forward here, that they aren't substantial evidence of a fair argument of a significant environmental impact, good luck with that one. You had Dr. Longcor a couple days ago, a person who himself was cited in letters from, including in correspondence from the applicant's consultant, saying that the night effects are significant and need to be addressed in an EIR. Now, does that mean you can't do this project? That's for a later conversation. Right now what we're talking about is the need to prepare the appropriate environmental analysis. That's an analysis that's paid for by the applicant, and it can come back here and you can have a full consideration of whether or not this project actually should be approved or not. But at the moment you're not there, because at the moment you have substantial evidence of a fair argument of a significant environmental impact. I go on to talk about aesthetics and traffic and other issues, but I see my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 2 speakers are Stephanie Jackal and Mark Telegian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Stephanie Jackal. I live at 1500 Green Oak Road in Vista. While I'm not a resident of Oceanside, I am a resident of North County. As demonstrated by the 78 Corridor Coalition of Cities linked together along State Route 78 in a collaborative effort to bring businesses to North County. The quality of life in one city is linked to that in the other cities. The proposed digital billboards would despoil the visual quality of State Route 78 for all residents in the 78 corridor, not to mention visitors and tourists. Briefly comment on failures of the MMD in regard to the digital billboard proposal. Purpose and need. I see no statement of purpose or need for the digital billboards in the MMD. Why are you even considering this? Money? I believe the MUD fails to adequately address the impact of their digital billboards in a number of aesthetic and environmental aspects detailed in my letter to your planner, Amy Facicas, in December. One other point, if approved, this project will be the nose of the camel for Oceanside and for the length of State Route 78, bringing up serious issues of constitutional freedom of speech and fairness as other businesses in your and other cities apply for similar sign permits. I believe the project will continue to impose significant negative environmental impacts, even with whatever mitigation can be proposed. And an M&D is not adequate to address this project. I request the city reject this proposal or prepare a complete environmental impact report before proceeding further with the project. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council staff, Mark Collegian, Managing Partner of Oceans 11 Casino. We have from the outset of this sign issue been very much against off-premise digital signs. We believe that, unlike many in the crowd, we believe that digital signs can be safe, can be appropriate, but should be reserved for on-premise businesses located in the city of Oceanside who can use those signs to improve community services and, in our case, tax benefits for the city. As we are very sensitive to the city's need to raise revenue whenever possible. We don't think this is the way to do it, though. Oceans 11, for example, pays over $1.3 million a year in specific gaming tax revenue. The amount of revenue that can be generated from this sign or any other sign pales by comparison. You're putting at risk the dollar that Oceans 11 pays you in anticipation of getting a nickel or a dime from the billboard operators. These billboard operators, and I'm not speaking necessarily to this one in particular, intend on leasing these signs out to tribal casinos who are hell-bent on destroying our business, taking away the 300 jobs we give to Oceanside residents and the millions of dollars that we pay in gaming taxes. We fight them on a daily basis. Look at who's on the signs right now. They're the tribal casinos. They will occupy all of the signs. Believe me, they have the financial resources, and it is their intention to do so. We've already heard that the operator of the static billboard in the I-5 intends on providing LED advertising to the Paula Casino, who is already their advertiser. This city will be known as the San Diego's gateway to gambling. This is far different from having a single casino. This is going to be the location where everyone looks to and says, that's where gambling is. One last comment, the indemnity agreement we feel is inadequate to protect this city. And thank you very much.
Our next two speakers are Cami Mahado and Eric O'Leary. Cami Mahadi from the San Luis Rey Band of Mission, India.
Good evening, Mayor Woods and council members. My name is Cami Mahado, and I'm actually the Culture Resource Manager for the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians. I'm here tonight.
I have a hard time hearing you. I'm sorry.
How's that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start all over. Good evening. My name is Cami Mahado, and I'm actually the Cultural Resource Manager for the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians. I'm here tonight to express some of the tribe's concerns. They've actually asked me to come tonight to speak on a couple of points that the tribe is concerned about. First off, SLR's concerns have not been addressed regarding this project. There was an inadequate cultural resources assessment performed by the applicant. The tribe's trustee agencies and other Lasina tribes were not contacted regarding this project and its potential negative impacts to the project site. As you know, this is an archaeological district that demands more respect than the city and applicant have given it. Instead, the city appears to have decided to participate in what's known as deferred mitigation instead of following the requirements of CEQA. The tribe submitted written comments to the city regarding this project and how to best minimize the potential negative impacts to our Latino cultural resources. None of our recommendations have been adopted by the city into the mitigation monitoring reporting program. Secondly, we must allow the tribe to have a voice in how our cultural resources are to be treated. The city must require the applicant to enter into a cultural resources treatment and tribal monitoring agreement, which is also known as a pre-excavation agreement. Allow for our cultural resources to be repatriated back to the tribe, so they may be treated in accordance with our cultural beliefs and traditions and not curated, placed in a box and put on a shelf to dust to pile upon it. 3, afford the tribe a voice in the treatment, protection, and preservation in our Native American cultural resources. Finally, it is time for the city to hold its consultants accountable. This MND is not ripe for decision-making and should be tabled until a more CEQA acceptable document is presented to it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Erica Leary, and I'm the Program Manager of the North Coastal Prevention Coalition and also a resident of Oceanside. And our mission is to reduce the harm of alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and other drugs in the cities of Carlsbad, Oceanside, and Vista through community action, education, support, and collaboration. On January 16th, we submitted a letter for public comment in response to the report, and I just wanted to come here this evening to share a few of our points. While there are many concerns about digital billboards in general, including visual blight, environmental impacts on wildlife, energy waste, etc., our coalition has not taken a position on digital billboards in general. However, as advertising technology continues to develop and expand, we're very concerned about the variety of products that could be advertised and the impact and influence these ads could have on youth, substance abuse, as well as driver safety. While we've been informed by city staff and here tonight that the city intends to prohibit alcohol advertising on the proposed billboards, we remain concerned that such plans could change in the future. In addition, we're concerned that Oceanside could face legal challenges in attempting to restrict digital billboards on the public land, and if our current static billboards convert to digital, there will be a significant increase in opportunities to advertise alcoholic beverages or other potentially dangerous products. I'll jump right ahead. I also wanted to draw attention to potential driver safety issues. In the county, over 12,000 people are arrested each year for driving under the influence. Here on the 78, the law enforcement departments have come together to form a special task force called Avoid the 8 on 78 to reduce drunken driving crashes. We're concerned about the potential impacts of digital billboards to exacerbate this problem. Page 19 of the city's report references a Caltrans preliminary investigation entitled Effects of Outdoor Advertising on Driver Safety, and your report does not include the final findings that there is an increased crash risk based on research on the effects of billboards on driver attention and the effects of driver distraction on safety. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Diane Nygaard and Kurt Busk.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Diane Nygaard, representing Preserve Calavera and our over 3,600 North County families. This map is the biological core and linkage area. The green areas on the map are the most important lands to preserve in the 7 cities of North County. And if you were going to pick the single most critical point in that regional wildlife movement corridor where map catchers can move through this area, it is billboards. It's really unconscionable to us that we would pick the absolutely worst place to put this. As has been discussed earlier, the lighting impacts on the area, upside down, it impacts the Buena Vista Creek Valley. And I'm sure you'll remember 700 people in this area donated, worked for 10 years, leveraged $9 million of taxpayer money, because that's how much people care about the Buena Vista Creek Valley. It belongs to all of us. We've been working real hard to get public trails open through that valley. Imagine how all of those people will feel when on this wonderful natural trail through this valley and we look up and see a billboard flashing signs every 4 seconds. These resources are priceless. They're priceless. They belong to all of us. We can't put a value on that. Quality of life for our community, these natural resources really can't be replaced. The letter from the wildlife agencies makes it clear, whatever you do tonight, this project cannot move forward. They've documented there's significant adverse impacts on biological resources. You really can't ignore that. So please, I urge you, do not approve this project tonight. If it's going to move forward, it requires a full EIR, and let's relook at that ordinance and all of these issues that have come up. And if anything moves forward, let's do it right and find somewhere else to put this billboard. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Kurt Busk. I live at 604 West Street here in Oceanside. It's been really interesting listening to this conversation. The town, I moved here about a year and a half ago. The town I moved from, Central Texas, we had precisely the same discussion. And I was on city council, on your side of the table. We voted it down that day. We decided not to allow digital billboards anywhere in the Wimberley Valley in Central Texas for exactly the same reasons you're hearing tonight. It ruins the night skies. They ruin the quality of the neighborhoods with flashing lights. It's terrible for wildlife and their nocturnal habits. And of course, driver safety has a huge, huge negative impact. For less than $200,000 on a 25-year lease, you're talking pittance. I think someone already mentioned letting the camel get his nose in the tent. Please don't let this camel's nose get in the tent. We certainly don't want the rest of the camel in there. And vote this one down. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Joan Bachman and Dirk Akema.
Joan Bachman, downtown resident. First, I want to say to the council, I appreciate the time you spend. I've seen many of you out at events, and I know these hearings are long. Everybody who knows these are here, and thank heavens for KOCT. I was able to time my day a little better, but I do appreciate all the time everyone spends. I also want to say that staff works hard with tough requirements. I know they have many rules to follow that business doesn't have. But the bottom line is agreements like this really don't work out for the city. And we've had this and numerous other things, and land swaps and other types of things that really have not been lucrative for our city and have given away certain things that have come at cost to us. I won't go into those, but I can think of two recent examples. So it's really not worth monetarily putting the camel's nose under the tent. And if you think this is the only digital billboard, there are many more to come. There are proposals that haven't been submitted to the city for large billboards on the side of hotels and things along 78. So we are becoming LA. As the freeway widens, we are becoming LA. We will be LA. We have to stop these things, or we are LA. And this is a taking of an entire valley. Yes, there's a billboard across the way, but when I drive through there, there's buckwheat is blooming right now. It's the one stretch that doesn't have other things on it. There's native buckwheat blooming all along that stretch, and it's always been kind of a nice respite for me as coming from the east, as the temperature's dropping going to the west, and how wonderful it is to come home to Oceanside. But this is an attractive nuisance. It's going to demand my attention. The one across the way, I can look at it, I can choose not to. This will be saying, look at me, look at me, look at me, over and over. And it's saying that to the entire valley. So it's really a taking of an entire valley. And that valley is worth many more millions than anything that's coming out of this agreement. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Wood. My name is Dirk Akema, and I'm a resident of Oceanside for the last 24 years. There's only two things I wanted to talk about tonight about the city count, about the electronic billboard. I do urge you to strike down and vote no against the electronic billboard. First thing that comes to mind when I think about this billboard is that you only get one chance to make a first impression. And for people that are coming to Oceanside for the first time, I believe it's this electronic billboard that's going to make a negative first impression on those people that are visiting Oceanside for the first time. And it's certainly not the impression that we would like to leave with people as they go through and leave our city. The second thing that I wanted to bring up that occurs to me when I think about this situation we're faced with tonight is something that I tell my kids as they're growing up, is that a reputation takes a lifetime to build, but you can ruin a reputation in one instant. And this I see as the one instant that we could ruin the reputation of Oceanside. Currently, we enjoy a very nice reputation, having a clean, wholesome city. I believe that installing an electronic billboard is very cheap and would actually put us in some pretty bad company, the likes of which Tijuana, Las Vegas, and LA are all a part of. So I certainly urge you to keep Oceanside independent and well away from these areas. Lastly, considering the outpouring of sentiment on this issue, I think it would be a good time for the city council to consider adopting a resolution that would effectively ban electronic billboards for the future, because of the negative impact that the community feels against this very controversial subject. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item who have not spoken yet may come forward this time.
Mayor, council members, Dreaming 127 Cherry Lane. Let's make this personal a bit. I ask you to sit back a bit. Think and place an electronic sign about a football field or length or two from where you live, from your home. Let's have it going 24/7, day and night. Now, have it coming through your windows 24/7, day and night. Through your guest windows 24/7, day and night. Pervading your TV room, your living room, your bedroom, your bathroom. In fact, every room of your home. How would you feel? How would your guest feel? How much compensation would it take for you and your family and your guests to accept it? Because it's going to take some compensation, and someone may sue for compensation. I generally support electronic signage, as long as the neighbors, their feelings, their rights and concerns are respected, considered, and compensated adequately for, and including habitat. I have not heard that this evening. No one has addressed how the people are going to be compensated for, or how the habitat will be compensated for. Staff did not address it. No one did. So it's out there, waiting. Who will? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Palestine. I've listened to everyone. I hate being on 78. Driver safety. What happens, coming west on 78 and past railroad, there are many decisions ahead, and if you're going to go north, just away, or south. It's just 3 decisions. However, someone in the fast lane line pass needs to go to Los Angeles. And he's way to the left. And I was looking at this man, and there's 2 entries on 78, and they want to get in the fast lane, and they're going to have to cross these different lanes. And right there, you have a person that wants to get in the fast lane, the other person that wants to get out of there, and looking at where the guy did look at the sign, and he didn't get out of the fast lane in time. Please, don't know. Thanks.
I'm Ruth Dabros, Oceanside resident. I believe that electronic signs are a hazard to driver safety. When I drive up through Orange County in LA, the signage up there, the and digital signs, they're just an assault on my vision. They destroy night vision. They're extremely distracting. And in a day when we are so intent on telling people to drive with their focus on their driving, to not, mess with their cell phones or text, and then we would put a digital sign up there to totally distract the driver, I just think is unconscionable. So, just in matters of driver safety alone, I would hope that you would not allow any digital signage on 78. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item? They come forward this time.
I'm Brian Carter. I've lived in Carlsbad for 35 years, since Marine Corps brought me here. Oceanside, where my children were born. I put all my children at risk by distracted driving on Highway 78. Texting is illegal, while driving for good reason. Digital billboards present the same danger. Oceanside gets less than 30 pieces of silver, and the blood of motorcyclists, anyone else distracted, and the billboards tell us about lap bands and the latest hair band or country act at the Power Casino. I don't think it's a good bargain. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item, they come forward this time.
Mr. Clerk, I see none. I'll go ahead to the applicant.
The applicant. Mr. Missett, you have 20 minutes for rebuttal.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tom Missett. I've been in North County for 50 years. I presently reside in Vista. A lot of interesting stuff going around here tonight. Here's a Federal Highway Commission study. It was just released in December of this year, a 5-year study that proves that there is no, says bottom line, digital billboard plans were well within safety standards concerning driver distress. Their sign's not going to be on 24/7, 24/7, 24/7. It's going to be on, turns off every night at 11 o'clock. And for Mr. Collegian's concerns, all 3 billboard companies that have been awarded an RFP have agreed there will be no Indian advertising on the signs. So that should, that and the fact that they don't use LED boards to promote their businesses. And if you take the time to study, rather than just coming up here and throwing out a lot of what you think are the facts, I think you'll find that most of what you heard tonight was not sustainable. But in the interest of time, I'm going to cut down what I was going to say to about 2 items. Number 1, where's the money going to go? And it is substantial money. I'd be happy to talk to anybody and show them. I've been in the advertising business 50 years. I know what the money's going to be. I would propose that the money from this sign, so it just doesn't disappear in a dark hole, is earmarked for the swim complex that's being proposed for the city, which I think is excellent. I've been involved in many, many swimming programs in Oceanside. Running the paper, we had, every summer we had non-AAU competition. And for the Elkhorn Zone projects. That way, you know where the money's going, and you can put your finger on it. You know, we got here because several years ago, the city was in dire financial straits. And you guys asked, if anybody has any ideas, please come forward. Everybody I heard, I haven't heard anybody come forward with any other ideas on how to raise money for the city. If they had, maybe you'd have chose that over ours. So I think you should keep in mind, you know, that we answer the call. And if we earmark this money, when they go, well, they got a sign over. Now, I respect people's opinions on signs. You say, yeah, but it's paying for the swimming pools. It's paying for the Elkhorn Zone expansions. That's going to be Oceanside's answer to Balboa Park. And in closing, the most important thing about these signs are the Amber Alerts for lost, kidnapped children. Okay, there's been 5 Amber Alerts dealing with Oceanside kids since the first year. They've been posted in Escondido, over at Escondido Lexus. So it's going to be a great project. You always have naysayers. And in closing, I just say, I think taking from where we came to where we are, it's time we move on and get this project cranking out some money for the city, and I would appreciate your vote tonight. Cutting it short, I want to introduce Chris Garrett. Chris is our environmental attorney, and he will deal with some questions that have come up.
Thank you, everybody. Our time's very limited. I'm going to try to speak quickly and really give the consultant who prepared the negative declaration for you some time to make sure that they've answered all the questions. I just wanted to mention again, I'm involved on the environmental review on this, on the negative declaration. The process has gone over several months. The time period for public comment and everything started back in January and in February. We got many comments. People put a lot of time and energy in it. Unfortunately, we got a bunch of last-minute comments this week. I think that reflects poorly on the credibility of the material that was thrown in at the last minute. And I want to speak just very briefly on 2 CEQA points. First, our Supreme Court here in California issued a historic CEQA case in April called the Berkeley Hillside Neighbors case. There were many in that decision, but one important decision is that the Supreme Court said that when people throw in information at the last minute, which doesn't relate to the project that's actually in front of a city that's being approved, that information is not evidence. It could be disregarded. In that case, there was an architect and engineer, a guy named Karp, who put together very elaborate plans and specifications that showed that this house that was going to be built would be a danger to the surrounding hillside. The problem was all his evidence, all his opinion, all his evidence was based not on the house that was actually being built, but on some other house and on some other set of plans that didn't correspond to what the city had approved. And the court said, that's not evidence at all. That's just uncorroborated opinion. And unfortunately, that's what we have here. The material that was submitted during the comment period, some of the slides, the pictures you've seen here, they don't represent the carefully designed project that is in fact in front of you today. In the time period that we have left, in the next 4 minutes, I'm going to have 2 people who were involved with the careful design, calibration of the sign, Mr. David Jones, who worked on the sign design, and Mr. John Muse, who assessed the lighting impacts, assessed how the sign would dim in the evening based on the specialized design here. They're each going to have about 2 minutes to speak to those issues. Mr. Jones first.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Dave Jones. I represent Young Electric Sign Company in partnership with EMI. We are the entity that would be manufacturing, installing, and operating this sign were it to be approved.
I wanted to take a minute to put the light output, especially at night, in perspective, and John Muse will be talking about this also. But there's a term called MIPS, which is a measuring of light emanation from electronic signs. And it is proposed that at night the light emanation would be dimmed down for this sign during the time at night when it's on to 758 nits. Now, to put that in perspective, 758 nits is lower and dimmer than the constant stream of headlight beams that are coming along the 78 freeway at night, much dimmer than that, and certainly much dimmer than if you go to the west to El Camino Real, the shopping center signs, the motel signs. All of those signs down there are much brighter than what the digital sign will be dimmed down to at night, as well as if you go to the east to College and auto mall signs there and so forth are all much brighter than the digital sign would be at night. This particular digital sign would have 1,024 dimming levels that would be set to, at full daytime in the sun, would run no more than 85% of full power, and then at night would dim down much lower, as explained, controlled by software that's inside the sign, with a very sophisticated photocell mechanism. Also, the digital product contemplated for this project is the most energy efficient available in the marketplace today. So if you have any further questions, John will be addressing some of these same issues, but if you have other questions about the structure of the sign and so forth, I'll be able to answer those questions. One other thing, the depiction of this, the digital billboard during this time of the day, this was in the morning when we made these photo simulations. You'll notice it was cloudy. That's an accurate depiction of how the sign would dim down in a cloudy environment. When the sun comes out, the sign picks up in power to compete with the sunlight. But as the ambient light in the atmosphere dims down, so does the sign. And at night, again, it's very dim. Thank you.
Since we're running short of time, I'm going to just save John, in case you have any specific questions about how the lighting assessment was done, how the specific impact of light coming off the sign was projected to affect people, how the existing lighting from the 8 lanes of cars nearby and the other existing lighted signs in the neighborhood were also assessed.
You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, I understand that, and I want to save some time again for the environmental consultants who did the negative declaration to respond to a number of things. I had one last point before I turn it over to them, and that is the new argument that was made at the last minute this week by Mr. Delano, that somehow the negative declaration is inadequate because there's a possibility that the city could have the sign relocated. Under the lease, you have the right to relocate the sign if there's something that needs to force it to be moved. I just want to make it clear, if it's not clear already, and I think your staff can confirm that, that's a discretionary decision by the city. And if the sign was to be moved for any reason, and again, we don't have any evidence or belief that there would be any reason for the sign to ever be moved, but if there was, that would be a new CEQA event. You'd have to do a new CEQA analysis, and you'd have to decide what the appropriate CEQA document would be. That would be a discretionary decision. And it's not possible for us to forecast that now as part of the environmental review process because we don't have any evidence that it would move, and we would have no idea where the city would want it to be moved to. Now I'll turn it over to Merkel and Associates, who have been working, I think, for the past 5 or 6 months on this negative declaration. And with their comments, that will conclude the applicant's presentation.
Mike.
Hi, my name is Gina Krantz from Merkel and Associates, and I wanted to just address 2 corrections that that Jeff indicated we would make regarding the MND. We have 2 corrections. One is in the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program in the cultural resource mitigation measure. There's text that we referred to in response to comments that we want to make sure gets in, that would be corrected in the MMRP, and they have to do with the pre-excavation settlement, or excuse me, agreement with the archaeological monitor that will be included in the mitigation measure, and as well as the transfer to an appropriate tribal Native American tribe. That language will also be included in that measure, in Cultural Resource Mitigation Measure 1. The second correction has to do with page 21 of the initial study, and under some measurements based on compliance with the California Vehicle Code. I'll just read the correction. The proposed project sign brilliance, as analyzed in the project lighting report, was determined to be, the old number is 0.07, it should be 0.06 foot Lamberts at 0 degrees, and the old number is 0.42, should be 0.34 foot Lamberts at 10 degrees. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Keith Farkle of Merkel & Associates, and just to follow up on Jeannie's comment, the reductions in the effects are reductions in impact levels. They, as they were drafted in the document, they were not significant, and so the reduction is also not significant. I did want to find or follow up on a couple of things since the circulation of the MND and response to comments received. We received 5 additional responses. One of those is from Scenic San Diego that was submitted as a written document. The wildlife agencies, California Department of Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, have submitted a letter. These 2 letters don't speak to any new environmental effects that have been discussed, but rather their opinion on the sign approval process or not. Delano submitted a letter on behalf of Scenic Oceanside, and Mr. Garrett spoke to the gist of that letter. You have that in your file as well. There was also a letter received from land protection partners, and that was Travis Longcore, who is an expert on lighting and light effects on wildlife, and he provided a letter that got into the gist of the types of effects that light has on wildlife. The principal thing that I wanted to point out is that he articulated the elements of a light impact that we already found to be significant in our environmental document. So we looked at the information, much of it that Longcore had previously provided, other experts as well, and used that information to evaluate the effects. We found the effects of lighting on wildlife habitat and the California catcher to be significant in the environmental document, and required mitigation or recommended mitigation for that. That recommendation, if implemented, would effectively mitigate the impacts to wildlife habitat and wildlife to a less than significant level. We also received a phone call that was received by your staff and then passed on, and Gina spoke with San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians regarding the comments, and specifically we had addressed a concern that they had raised in their comments, incorporated a commitment to incorporate that into the mitigation measures, and it failed to be incorporated, and that was a correction that Gina wanted to make sure that got captured, as it does get incorporated. So those are really the principal things that have occurred in the last few days. Nothing that we've heard tonight really provides a new issue that hasn't been addressed in the letters and the environmental document. So we're really here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Are you finished? You have about 4 minutes left. Are you finished, Tom?
Refer to the written material that you've distributed tonight. I don't know.
Yes, I'm sorry. We did address the Longcore letter because it was a fairly technical letter, and provided information in writing to that letter and submitted it to the city clerk, which has been distributed to you along with all of the other letters received.
That it?
Yeah, that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, further public comment, come back to the council and, excuse me.
request for a break, 5-minute break. Be back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the applause. It's probably good for all of us. For the council's benefit, we've had a lot of speakers today, a lot more to go after this item. We'll keep it brief. It doesn't mean that you can't address the issue, but I'm going to make it very brief, or 3 minutes, one way or the other, and get to think. People got down to 2 minutes, you got at least 3, and try to respond to that. And if not, I'll gavel you down. Thank you. And starting with Councilman Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had the opportunity to attend a presentation, a legal presentation on this issue at the League of California Cities a couple of years ago. And I've also had a chance, of course, to review everything and Google billboards and electronic billboards. Billboards attract a lot of litigation, a lot of very costly litigation. They involve First Amendment issues, and that's why. Historically, the city adopted a ban on billboards within our city borders based on aesthetics and blight issues, as well as public safety issues. As a result of litigation, the city agreed to grandfather 5 billboards in exchange for dropping the appeal, and this happened back in the 90s. Well, those objections that we had back in the 90s to be able to ban those billboards having to do with aesthetics and public safety, as has been noted here tonight, those same objections apply to digital billboards, and even more so, especially with respect to the blight and the public safety issues. In addition, the sign is being proposed in a significant wildlife corridor that is included within our own sub-area plan. My other objections, and this is something else that hits me in the face, and that is that this will have a negative impact to Oceanside businesses and tourism. Most of the advertising has included Indian casinos. The city gets $1.3 million a year from Ocean's 11, a partner that has been a partner with the city of Oceanside for many years, and truly an Oceanside business. A business that has over 300 employees. A yes vote tonight will result in our current static billboards going digital, and extensive cost litigation. And there are no agreements with them, no private agreements. They're on private property. And certainly that includes content as well as the fact that we will get no revenue from them. So there are other ways of generating revenue, including increased sales tax and TOT tax. Digital billboards will have a negative effect on Oceanside property values and Oceanside's reputation. In addition, I believe that MND is wholly inadequate. There needs to be a full-out EIR. So I'm going to be moving that we deny this project based on these facts, and they're very, very real facts, of litigation, of aesthetics, and even more so the public safety and watching a sign going 6 to 8 seconds. Going west on a sunny day and when the sun is going down, it is very, very difficult to look straight into, you're almost looking straight at the sun. And here are motorists that are going to be trying to look at what this sign says every 6 to 8 seconds. There is no doubt in my mind that this is a much bigger public safety issue than, and thank you, Ms. Leary, for pointing that out to us, what Caltrans' opinion finally is. So thank you very much, and the motion is to deny. Thank you.
We have a motion. Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
No other lights on the computer? Anybody want to talk? Mr. Feller.
Whose so-called experts do we believe? You know, that's usually what we come up against. This issue started as a monument with no pole, and so I have a little angst over that. I would like to ask a couple of questions here. How many people responded to the RFP when we did this back in 12?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Feller, Doug, and our real estate manager.
I believe 6.
Can you name them?
Not offhand, no, I cannot.
I can name my grandchildren, you can't name you. So, well, we started this process when we talked about doing these things on a city property. I have a couple of questions. When we build Rancho Del Oro interchange, they are obligated, am I correct, they would be obligated to move the sign?
Honorable Mayor, council members, correct, they would have to relocate the sign if a suitable location can be found.
Okay. And the indemnification and hold harmless, that goes with the owner. Say it's sold, it would go with the owner. Sells to a larger company.
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Fellow, I'll defer that to the city attorney.
We've had so many attorneys here tonight.
I'll be the quickest, yes.
Okay. What does on a space available basis mean? I'm just going in my backup.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Feller, that means if the advertising is booked up full with commercial advertising, they have to allow us to go on there. We just can't say, hey, there's an open space, we're going to put our advertising on.
Okay. So, I've, when we first discussed this, I was kind of mixed about even having poles, billboards, because it was in actually our former assistant city attorney carved out the ruling in, I think it was 2001 or 2 for. Do you have that information, Mr. Attorney?
Are you referring to the settlement agreement? Yeah, I believe it was in 1999.
Well, I know it was before, it was after we got on the council because Pam was the attorney at that time. So, so anyway, we stood pretty tall against any more billboards here, so I have anguished over this, as many have, probably even more than the puppy mills. I really like this technology. I think it is part of what the future has for us. I don't believe that I drive all over California and Southern California, and I'm not distracted in any sense. And we've certainly heard about the environment and the harm that we're trying to protect everyone from everything. So that's government for you. So I don't believe these have the distraction that we've really been leaning on. So back in, I have the backup, we all got it, item 16 from April 18th, 2012. And in that backup, we had an item that said provisions for sign reduction. And nobody, I don't know why we didn't pursue that a little further, because it's something that Sacramento did pretty successfully. Sacramento had they allowed 4 new digital billboards, and they took down 17 existing. I think that's something that maybe we could model here, and I think I don't think we're too late to do that. So as I said, I've stood pretty strong against these billboards all up to this point. I think there is something to be said about allowing one to start, and I think we would end up with quite a few coming through. But I would be willing to, if we could work on some sort of decrease in the number of signs in the city, number of billboards, maybe take down 2 for 1, so we'd end up with maybe 3 signs in the city. If I can't get that agreement, then I'll vote against this item. So that's all I have.
Anybody else? Chuck, or go ahead, Mr. Kern. The lights aren't on, so I don't...
No, I just was waiting. You know, and actually, you know, some of the history of this is that we came in and we were looking for revenue. We were in the down times and we were looking for revenue, and this was an option to actually raise revenue without raising taxes. And that's what we were looking for. I know this is a very emotional item, the idea that I don't really make too many decisions based on emotion. I think the facts are that I agree with Councilmember Feller in the fact that, you know, I do quite a bit of driving around here and drove through Escondido probably 3 times last week. They have the digital billboards, one on the Lexus, one on the Westfield property. Didn't distract me, didn't even notice them. So I think the idea of some of these things that we're talking about as far as the distraction aren't quite there. I think it's more in people's the perception of that. I understand the blight issue, the idea that people think that they're a blight, but I think in the long run that there'll be, this is the direction we're heading, and I think having them there, I would like, if this motion fails and it comes back to another motion, I would like to write in that it's no gaming on these new signs, put it part of the condition, is along with alcohol, tobacco, vaping. I don't want the vaping stuff either. So I mean, the idea that, you know, those in commercial speech, things like that, but the idea of controlling that message to the point that, you know, legitimate advertisers, things like that, but none of the vices that we all talk about beyond there. But I support the idea of the digital sign. I know that's probably not the most popular thing in the room tonight, but I think it's something that we can actually get revenue for, and whether we, you know, and it's up to the council's discretion and direction where we put the money. I would like to put it into the Parks and Recreational Capital account so we can actually direct that money for the benefit of the citizens. But for that matter, I will not be supporting the motion that's on the floor now. And if that doesn't pass, then we'll come back and see what we can do. But for the meantime, I think the technology is there. You know, they go down to almost, you know, less than 7 or 8% power at night, and this one goes off at 11 o'clock. So a lot of these items that we discussed tonight, you know, if you look at the facts instead of reading the emotion, I think it's an item that we can actually should be able to support. So thank you.
Mr. Keller?
Thank you. I want to make it clear, I will not support, I will support the motion that's on the floor unless we can send it back for a compromise in some form or fashion. So
I'm confused with that. You know, the motion on the floor, your support?
I don't want to support it. I want it to go to...
Okay, a secondary motion.
A secondary motion. That's one of the two.
Mr. Nader, do you want to jump in there?
I think I just want to clarify where we're at right now, because VGT Media, the applicant in front of us, does not control any other signs within the city of Oceanside. So if we were going to pursue Councilmember Feller's option, then you really would need to return this item to the staff to negotiate with all of the sign companies in town to see if there's an agreement to be had that we could bring back to you that result. And what I heard was you may be willing to consider this sign if it resulted in 2 other signs in the city coming down. So at least 2, okay. And so that really would require the item to be returned to staff and then come back in the future. If there was an agreement. If not, then we wouldn't be coming back, so.
Thank you. Mr. Lauer, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I am very concerned about the potential proliferation and conversion of existing billboards into all digital billboards. So that's why I am most concerned about approving this project, and I do support the motion that's on the floor right now. Having said that, I'm very torn about all the work that Mr. Missett has done to bring this project to the stage that it's at right now. But I believe that we have to make a decision for the entire city and our neighbors, and we have to go in the opposite direction. Rather than creating more billboards, we should consider creating less billboards like Mr. Feller proposed, but I'm very concerned that what we have is going to create more, not less. So that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Feller?
What I'm really asking for is a delay if it's, but I can't get the delay. I mean, it's not me. I'm asking for it because I think the billboard companies could work together to make that happen, and we end up with maybe 3 in the whole city instead of 9 or whatever the proposed number is.
Some of us might check on that on the break if we take one, put in a recess, but anybody else, you going to take yours now, or me, or? I'll try on this thing, and I agree that this is complicated. It's a dilemma. I probably had 60 emails, about 30 on each side, and pro and con. The trouble I had with this is a long time ago, this issue came up. Like Mr. Missett said, we asked for some reason to bring money into the city. We were about going broke, and with the economy, outside the box, that got the recommendation of digital signs, not how many, but how about thinking about those. It was a very good concept to bring money at during the recession. And a lot of time has been bought by him and other digital signs. We thought about it, and we had driven up through Long Beach in 405, and we don't see that as a nightmare. Every sign is digital, and it's also cartoons and whatever on it, so it's light up there. That's why we thought about maybe doing it and only 3 signs. And to be in 78 or 76, I-5 said no, because it has to be approved by Caltrans. So we limited to 3 in town. And yes, that issue came up about signs. I guess it didn't go anywhere of other signs. But my problem was these have a lot of time and effort into them, these people. We hear about lawsuits. Oh, I'm sure we're going to get sued one way or the other by either side. Both sides will sue us on this. And we sometimes just instigate lawsuits against us by the council. The problem is we have a group here that want to put 3 signs in. We said no more. I guess that can change in the future. I don't know, and the litigation that will come out of it. But down to the end, this gentleman said, and the sign said, they would, let me clarify this, they would not put any Indian advertisement, gambling casinos on their sign, and give the money to the pool. These councilmen all voted for the pool, which we can't afford. So we're looking for ways to get money in here. And this latest refinance that we did earlier today, that was only like $100,000. That's not going to pay for the multi-million-dollar pool. So they were into play, and somebody really says, it's a shame of you, are you thinking about money? Yeah, we're all thinking about it, how to get it. You know, we're coming out of a recession, things are tough. This was a simple way, we wanted to try it. I know a bunch are against it, a bunch are in favor of it, but now now we're here doing this, it's a decision we have to make. Now we have information that we would like to support it, but in the future, do we go back and start all over again? I guess I don't know what would be done. Can I ask my city attorney?
Well, you have a motion on the floor with, that's been seconded, and unless there's other comments.
If it doesn't pass and we bring another motion in, which there is a plan to do another motion, I'm sure that has to be stalled or whatever, and we'll go by that. With that, on the motion on the floor, I guess unless somebody has some information on it, I don't have anything to say. Let's vote on it.
All the council members clear on the motion. The motion is to deny the request.
Well, come back with a second motion. We'll be done with, they can't come back with a second motion? No? Stop. Go on.
Well, the motion is to deny the project. Effectively, you're not taking action. The motion didn't include any action on the MND, so I'm assuming it would just be to deny the property use agreement.
Not to fund it.
Right. Okay, so that's been seconded, so you could vote on that. If that passes, then that would be the end of this discussion.
How about a supplemental motion?
Well, if this motion doesn't pass, then you could take up an alternative motion.
That's what I asked. Alternative. Okay. Thanks. Alternative motion later. Vote.
Motion passes 3-2. Wood and Kern, no.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your time, and I will go, I hate to say if you want to leave, we've got several other items that have to be done. Thank you very much for your time. Item number 45, please.
Yes, item number 45 is council member call for review, adoption of a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution number 2015-P11, approving a tentative tract map T14-0004, development plan B14-0007, and conditional use permit CUP 14-00013 to allow a 5-lot subdivision and development of 5 single-family homes at 2535 Ivy Road, applicant Main Street Partners Incorporated.
Wait a second. As the mayor, I open this public hearing and ask for disclosures.
I've had, staff and public as well. I've driven by the site and seen what the site is and what it can be, so.
I spoke with staff, I spoke with the public, I went to the site, spent a lot of time checking it out, seeing what it looks like.
Staff, some public, and I drove by the site.
I attended the Planning Commission hearing on this item. I visited the site a couple of times. I talked to some of the neighbors that are impacted by this, and I received some emails, and I guess that's it. Thanks.
I talked to the applicant, staff. I actually walked the site, and obviously the emails and public input that we all received. Thank you.
Correspondence, petitions.
Yes, my office received a petition with approximately 72 signatures from Fire Mountain residents requesting denial of the project as submitted.
Thank you very much. And take it.
Good evening, Mayor, Road Council members. The proposal involves a 5-lot subdivision on a 1.16 acre parcel on the south side of Ivy Road within Fire Mountain. On April 7th, the proposal was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. The call for review expresses concerns and questions about neighborhood character, traffic safety, parking, and drainage. The project site lies within a transitional area of Fire Mountain where estate zoning interfaces with smaller lot single-family homes, medium-density housing, and commercial uses in the Vista Way corridor. The site is bounded by duplexes and condominiums to the north and single-family homes to the east, west, and south. The Fire Mountain Commercial Center is situated roughly 200 feet southward of the project site. The property lies along a segment of Ivy Road that features a crest and a rather tight curve. These features combine to limit sight distance in both directions. This condition is made worse by a raised bank and dense vegetation on the project site. This photo looks to the east with the project site on the right, and this photo looks to the west toward the intersection of Ivy Road and Laurel Road. The proposed subdivision is oriented around a cul-de-sac. It's conditioned to dedicate 5 feet of right-of-way and implement off-site improvements that include widened travel lanes, new curb, gutter, sidewalk, and parkway on the south side of Ivy Road and utility burial. The dashed line here shows the current edge of pavement on the south side of the roadway. Lots range in size from 7,100 square feet to 8,800 square feet, where the lot size minimum is 6,000 square feet. The 5 homes achieve a density of 4.45 dwelling units per acre. This is 1 unit above the base density and 1 unit below the maximum density. The homes range in size from 3,000 to 3,200 square feet and all include 3-car garages. The project features 2 architectural styles, Craftsman, as evidenced in these 2 elevations, and a cottage vernacular, as seen in these 2 elevations. Concerns about traffic safety: note the curvature of the roadway and limited sight distance. Existing conditions are indeed substandard. The project is required to bring this particular segment of Ivy Road into conformance with city standards for both lane width and sight distance. This exhibit shows required sight distance being achieved horizontally. The condition of approval requires that final engineering plans show sight distance achieved both horizontally and vertically prior to permit issuance. The call for review advocates for red striped curb along the Ivy Road frontage, prohibiting curbside parking there. Staff agrees and suggests that this be a condition of approval. The call for review asks why vehicle access isn't proposed at the intersection of Laurel and Ivy. Proper alignment of this intersection would necessitate the taking of property on adjacent sites, as seen here. Moreover, grade disparities would result in a roadway slope that would not meet city standards without significant landform alteration and retaining structures. The second concern speaks to neighborhood character. It's observed that much of Fire Mountain is characterized by properties measuring at least 10,000 square feet. It's argued that the lot size threshold that applies to the REB zone should apply to this project. While it's true that the core of Fire Mountain features larger properties, peripheral areas tend to accommodate higher densities and smaller lots. This map shows the 500-foot radius around the project site. There's a variety of zoning districts in the vicinity. The RMA zone to the north is developed with duplexes at roughly 7 dwelling units per acre. PD 17 features several single-family properties smaller than 10,000 square feet. The RMB zone features condos and apartments. That's to the east. Those condos and apartments approach 13 dwelling units per acre. Of the 12 properties in PD 11, which wraps the site, 4 measure less than 10,000 square feet. The project requires a CUP for density above the base and is subject to criteria that call for excellence of design. Staff finds that the project merits density above the base for these reasons. 3 of the homes maintain front yards greater than the 20-foot minimum. 4 maintain rear yards greater than the 15-foot minimum. And both homes at the street frontage maintain street side yard setbacks greater than the 10-foot minimum. All of the homes exhibit lot coverage well below the 45% maximum. The cul-de-sac and private driveways feature enhanced paving. The cul-de-sac is rimmed with 5.5-foot parkway and a 4-foot sidewalk, and it would be a private street maintained by an HOA. The third concern relates to parking supply. Zoning standards don't specify a guest parking requirement for single-family homes, perhaps because They typically have driveways and frontage that provide for guest parking. In this case, each of the driveways can support a minimum of 3 cars. Within the cul-de-sac, there are at least 3 curbside spaces in these areas, perhaps 4. These spaces would not impede emergency access, but if there were concern about vehicles parking within the mouth of the cul-de-sac, the mouth could be red curbed. Condos and apartments must provide guest parking equivalent to 20% of the total unit count. If we were to apply this standard to Ivy Ridge, 1 curbside space would be required. The call for review inquires about ownership and maintenance of front yard stormwater facilities. All of these facilities will be owned by the individual property owners, the homeowners. It would be the responsibility of these individuals to maintain these facilities. Outside of the call for review, concerns have been raised about how runoff from the project site might impact abutting properties. I'll leave it to the project engineer and to our engineering staff to address specifics, but I'll make 2 points. First, state law generally requires that existing drainage patterns be maintained. At present, the site generally drains away from Ivy Road toward portions of PD 11 to the south. That's why a brow ditch was installed at the property boundary when PD 11 was developed about 15 years ago. Secondly, for reasons best explained by our engineers, if this project were implemented, flows entering the brow ditch from the project site would be reduced from their current levels. That concludes my comments. My colleagues and I are available for your questions.
Thank you. You can have a seat at the sidebar.
At this time, the applicant may come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Andrew Hadra, the applicant, owner of Main Street Partners. Thank you for letting me address some of the many, many misconceptions which surround this project. First, I'd like to say I've never been in this situation before where a project of mine has been appealed like this. So I took a look back and tried to understand the call for review, and I understand it comes from the zoning ordinance. Says it's basically an additional safeguard to avoid results inconsistent with the purposes of the zoning ordinance. I think you'll see very clearly that the project is literally perfectly consistent with the zoning ordinance, and the Planning Commission got it right with their unanimous 7-0 vote. Secondly, I understand that issues not directly related to the call are not appropriate for this forum. I know there's a lot of questions from the people in the neighborhood on Papyrus Court about drainage and so forth. There's a lot of misinformation that's been put out about that, and I've knocked on every door in Papyrus Court. I talked to a lot of people. A lot of people haven't been home, but I'm happy to spend whatever time you guys need. The point that Mr. Cunningham made earlier needs to be made again. With respect to drainage, the as-developed completed project puts less water into the brow ditch system than in the current system. Let me go through this quickly. Mr. Cunningham covered a lot of the things that I was going to cover. We didn't have the chance to compare notes. I interpreted the call for review 3 major areas. One is obviously the most important to all of us, and that's the public safety issue. There's the question on the density, and then the other, I'll call them minor issues about confusion about whether the HOA actually owned one of the lots and so forth. But I'm going to move pretty quickly. I've got a lot of stuff that I can hope to get through. I think Mr. Cunningham pointed out very clearly why the 4-way intersection at Lower Way doesn't work. We simply don't own the land to the west of the property to make it work. And there is a picture floating around for Mr. Taylor which proposes a 4-way intersection there. It just does not work. The engineering department has told us they would not approve it. The retaining walls that would be required would make you people cringe. They really would.
But the big issue tonight, as I understand it, is of course the public safety issue. This is a picture from what would be the mouth of the intersection looking to the east. You can't see anything there. It is a blind corner. And our project fortunately fixes that. In the map that was proposed, and is proposed, what people don't necessarily understand is we're lowering the site and putting a clear line of sight easement on the map. I had a firm which specializes in this render what it's going to look like from the mouth of the cul-de-sac looking down Ivy Road. This is the representation, and this is a car coming 30 miles an hour from 330 feet away at 30 miles an hour. The safety issue on that blind curve goes away with our project. One more time. It's impossible to know that without looking at the detailed engineering plans, and people without that expertise just wouldn't be able to interpret it. I thought that having this graphic made would really tell the story with pictures. One of the questions that people had in the Planning Commission as a result of Mr. Taylor's comments was, shouldn't we condition this project for traffic calming? The Planning Commissioner, I think he had it right. He said, we can't require a traffic up there because it's a traffic-related issue. I did take the hearing audio file and had it transcribed, so anytime you see something in quotes tonight, it was literally put that way. Mr. Taylor was incorrect about one thing. And we'll get to this in a slide, at the Planning Commission meeting and in the call for review, he said, what I want is for Planning Commission to require these traffic improvements to be made. I can assure you, well, first of all, as a practical matter, our project was approved by Planning Commission with the caveat that we specifically have a collaboration between the city, traffic, and the developer. Thus, we are formally approved already for the very collaboration that Mr. Taylor said he's after. And as a practical matter, and I'm sure city staff will speak to this, and you people know, the staff would never approve street plans, and they will not approve the line of sight issues on our project, period, unless they conform to every requirement. And ultimately, let me say this, the issue, really the safety issue is if someone's coming out of the cul-de-sac and turning left, because the fear was that the blind curve people won't be able to see coming up Ivy Road. As you've seen from the demonstration, not only can you see down Ivy Road, but those people can see up to the cul-de-sac too. At the end of the day, if it all goes horribly wrong, which it won't, we can simply condition the project with a right turn only out of the cul-de-sac. 100% of the safety issues are managed, and city staff will verify that. Back to Mr. Taylor for just a second. These are his quotes from the Planning Commission meeting. Quote, I realize that with these street improvements that Bicola's line here shows existing and shows what's new is going to help. The project doesn't help. It fully addresses the public safety issues on Ivy Road. There can be no ambiguity about that. His next quote, I'm not against land development. I want this man, the applicant, to be able to do his project as long as he's within the guidelines. And we are 100% compliant with all guidelines, and we request no variances. Again, I quote, my concern is that these points, referring to traffic conditions, need to be crafted into the Planning Commission's resolution. The only way to do that will be to call it for review before the council. I've added the emphasis. This is the reason for my concern. Mr. Taylor is incorrect. We are already formally conditioned with our approval by the Planning Commission for the very review and conditions that he seeks. Mr. Taylor has been heard. And let me add, if he is being sincere and traffic safety is his issue, he should stand up here tonight and voice his strong support for the project. Every issue he's raised has been addressed. Moving on to the density. Mr. Cunningham pointed out that the RS zone is what the subject has. It is actually the customary and normal boundary zoning around the 10,000 foot minimum REB area. I have a map which shows that. This is the Fire Mountain District, Planning District. The commercial areas are in green, industrial in orange, the residential areas are in blue. The white, the heart of Fire Mountain, is the REB. It is the 10,000 foot minimum lots, but it is not all of Fire Mountain. The REB zone has a border condition, and on the west you can see the light blue, that's all RS, along actually higher density RMA along the north, RS again, and even to the east RMA and even higher densities. I make a very particular point. South of Ivy Road, where our project is, there is no REB zoning. It does not exist, and that section is specifically differentiated from the REB zone to the north in the land use element. Here it is, again, very similar to the slide that Mr. Cunningham said. This shows you with a little bit of colored overlay what the boundary zoning conditions are. Again, everything south of Ivy either is or was RS, other than the higher density stuff adjacent to us, to the north, higher density. The zoning boundary lines are very clear, very unambiguous, and the property to the south of Ivy was not meant to be consistent perfectly with the REB zone to the north. Councilwoman Sanchez has cited one particular project, and many of the residents are here tonight, Papyrus Court, just to the west of us. This is a top-down view of Papyrus Court. Councilwoman Sanchez suggests that this is consistent with Fire Mountain's character. Papyrus Court has 10 homes around their cul-de-sac with a guest parking ratio of 1 space per 2.5 homes. Again, that cul-de-sac has 4 parking spaces, 1 per 2.5 homes. We didn't know this until the call for review, and we went back and looked. The average pad size in that community is 6,392 square feet. Here's our project. We have 5 homes around our cul-de-sac, the very same guest parking ratio at a minimum, 1 per 2.5. And again, I did not know this. Our lots, our usable pads, are actually bigger than the project next door, which the councilwoman suggests is consistent with Fire Mountain's character. Another question was raised about Planning Commissioner Troisi's comments in the Planning Commission hearing that concerning project excellence. I had the good fortune to bump into Commissioner Troisi in the planning department 2 days ago, and I asked her about it. And I quote from Commissioner Troisi, "I have no problem whatsoever with the density. My primary concern is that the project is too perfect." Her other comments in the hearing centered around color and four-sided architecture. These are quotes from the Planning Commission meeting. Quote, "These are very nice. There is absolutely nothing that I can say that is wrong with them." Quote, "The front elevations are very lovely." Quote, "Definitely they are not boxes, and I do appreciate that. They have the roof. They've done a nice job." Commissioner Balma took over when Commissioner Troisi was done. She said, "I have to respectfully disagree with you, Claudia. I kind of like the cul-de-sac design they came up with. It is pretty much perfect." She continued, "Another thing I want to compliment you on, speaking to the applicant, is the floor plans. Very nice floor plans." Commissioner Troisi interrupted. She said, yeah, they are." Commissioner Balma continued, "They work very well. They're really functional. They're livable. And to me, it's like a really nice place to live." So Commissioner Troisi interrupted again. "I agree." Commissioner Balma finished, so that was a great credit to you guys too on that. I make that point because I don't want there to be any inference that Commissioner Troisi was anything other than supportive of the project. In fact, the proof is in the pudding. She voted for it, as did everyone else on the Planning Commission. Lastly, the other issues, does the HOA have any ownership of an individual home or lot? The answer to that is no. And is there parking in the cul-de-sac? I think that we've addressed that. We're happy to red stripe it. There is room for 2 or 3 cars there. The very same parking condition as exists in the cul-de-sac next door. So in summary, the RS zoning is correct. It is the lowest density residential zoning other than the REB, and the area south of Ivy Road is not meant to be the same as the REB zone to the north. It is physically different and described different in the land use plan. Papyrus Court was called out as being consistent with the Fire Mountain character. I note that our project has full street improvements with sidewalk and parkway, larger pad sizes, less visual density, more appealing semi-custom architecture. We have enhanced paving, drought-tolerant landscaping, bigger homes, energy-saving features, and enhanced project infrastructure, all of which are expressly deemed positives in awarding the RS density. In short, the Planning Commission decision was in no way inconsistent with the zoning. Thank you for your time.
At this time, we'll take public comment. We have members who turn in blue forms. I'll call them first, then open up to everyone else. First, we have Todd Nash.
Hello again. My name is Todd Nash. I'm a property owner in Fire Mountain. I was relieved to see the Ivy Ridge project called for review after many of the concerns regarding it were passed over during the Planning Commission hearing on the project. I'm concerned with the safety issue for the entrance on Ivy Road from the neighborhood, being placed at that blind spot in a hillside curb. I'm also concerned with the granting of the conditional use permit for exceeding base density when architectural excellence does not appear to exist. The reason for the call for review are well stated in the staff report and provided for the agenda item. However, I believe that the responses to these issues are insufficient as provided in the staff report. Issue number 1 states that the proposed design is dangerous and suggests that the intersection of the new development be moved to form a four-way stop at the corner of Laurel and Ivy Roads. However, the staff report does not address the issue raised by the call for review. If you read the response carefully, you will see that it states current condition and proposed condition. However, the response does not provide details of a traffic study, nor does the response state that the intersection at the blind curve will meet the requirements for line of sight. At no point does the report state that the proposed design will be safe. The response simply makes statements about the issue without specifically addressing the points of the issue. Issue number 2 questions whether the architectural design is excellent. Like the response to the first issue, the response to the second issue does not address the issue presented in the call for review. A careful read of the response shows a statement, the design of homes includes architectural elements that go beyond what could be seen in a tract home subdivision. Also, both the cul-de-sac and adjoining private driveways would be finished with interlocking permeable pavers, lending the subdivision a rustic appearance as viewed from Ivy Road. My question to the council is this how excellent in architecture is defined? Could be better than a tract home. Interlocking permeable pavers, is this the new standard for excellence? The staff report does not state that these features are in fact excellence in architectural design. As with the first issue, the report provides some statements about the issue, but the report does not state that the design elements are in fact excellent. I certainly respect the property owner's right to develop the land, but I also respect the conditions placed on that development. I do not believe that the development as proposed provides a safe intersection for the community, nor do I believe that it shows excellence in architecture. Don't get me wrong, the staff did a great job. I just don't think that they had too much to work with in order to put into the staff report when defining those elements. Thank you.
Next we have Sam Hendrick.
Staff, take notes so we can respond.
Hi, I'm just going to make it quick. My concern is the blind turn. Is my wife and I go from Trader Joe's, come home in the evening, certain times of the year, you're driving right into the sun, and the visual simulation that he showed, I actually work with visual simulation software, and there's something called visual simulation integrity. I kind of questioned what he showed in the video to give really a good sense of what it's going to look like coming up that hill. Because I drive that every day, and I didn't see that. So I would hope you guys would reconsider that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next we have John Taylor.
All right, I'm the troublemaker here. John Taylor, 1848 Laurel Road. I've lived in this town my whole life. I'm a 53-year-old man who's really upset about this because in the 34 years that I've lived on Laurel Road, I've had a home office, and I travel this every day, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. And I'm all for property rights. I want this guy to build his homes, and I love street improvements, and I like change. I'm not opposed to any of that. But I'm before you tonight to save lives and hope to be part of the solution, because I don't think I know somebody's going to get hurt. The reason why I know that, Russ, Okay, let's see here. Russ, where's my picture on the satellite? Sorry, Mayor. I'm lost. You might have to stay here and help me with this. I need the satellite photo. Taking some crash photos. Okay. This is the caliber of accidents that we have around that corner. We got 5 bars at the bottom of the hill. We've got everybody cutting through the neighborhood, going from Walmart to Trader Joe's. This is a heavy collector street. This radius is a legal non-conforming that was put in 50, 60 years ago. And I can't begin to tell you how many times I have come down the road and seen first responders there. OPD has 2009. I woke up early in the morning, had no electricity. I come down there. There's first responders, the car's on top of its roof, all 4 wheels up in the air. This happened in May, right after I had a meeting with Marty from engineering and Dave DePiro from traffic. I was telling them, you guys, this is bad news. Don't do it. The next day this happened. This is God, and this is God supporting my efforts and trying to protect public safety. This is what He did to show us what happens. Because what happens is people come up this road so fast, it's like a race course. It goes right, it goes left. I'm unfortunate that I don't have the satellite photo, but they're coming from the apartments, they're coming from Trader Joe's, and they're coming to the neighborhood. That is the main way to come into Fire Mountain. But really the bottom line is, do they or do they not have their line of sight? Rose, can you get me back to that? What am I doing wrong? Yeah, just give me the card. Just give me the one. I can knock this out of the park right here. Yeah, the first photo. The very first photo in my pocket. That one right there. That's all I need. Sorry. Okay. So here's the bottom line. This is the whole meat and potatoes of the whole thing. If you take Phil B. Cola's line of sight, and I had my engineer do this, and you put it on top of a car, here's what he's asking us to agree to. That to get to 300 feet to the east, that you're willing to look at 130 degrees and 29 feet down the hill. So while I'm looking through the rear passenger door jamb, now if I'm driving a panel van, a FedEx truck, I don't even have that ability. All I have is an ability to look 90 degrees. And at 90 degrees, all they have is 90 feet. End of story. That's it right there. Thank you.
Next, we have Arlene Hammerschmidt.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm very happy to be here and see that the developer has taken input and concern from some of the community members. May I quickly ask those in the room who are opposed to this project for one reason or another to quickly stand? And first of all, what would it take to make a left turn onto Ivy safe, visually safe? because right now it's like a racetrack coming down the front of my house, downhill from Ivy. Ivy is already very unsafe because of the speed and the lack of parking and the illegal parking that happens consistently on Ivy, both sides of Ivy. I'm happy to see that there's a 3-car garage in all of these homes, and that there's quite a bit of driveway pad to park on. However, after that's filled, where do extra guests park? In unsafe parking spaces on Ivy, where my cross-the-street neighbor was parked one time and got his pickup totaled by somebody coming up the street, not even going down the street. So my bottom line is, what would it take to make both a right and left turn onto Ivy safe and legal? That's it.
This is a public hearing item. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item who have not already addressed the council may come forward at this time.
My name is Edward Stevenson. I live in the Big O, and I live directly adjacent to the property that the gentleman wants to build on. Let me read through this because that's the quickest I can do. I have a high concern about Mr. Andrew Hadar, who owns the Ivy Ridge Estates project, new 5-home development. Mr. Andrew Hadar, shortly after he bought the property, approached us at our home, and he wanted to tie into our bow ditch for rain and stormwater runoff for his 5-home development, and we told him no. And we told him about our concerns about the hill and slope failure, and we had a couple houses in the cul-de-sac that had house movements, ground movements, and then later on, he came back and asked me if he could tie into my bow ditch. And I told him no again. And I told him there was no easement for him to go into my bow ditch. And then, sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Anyway, and then I told him I didn't think he had a legal right to tie into the bow ditch because on my title there is no easement for him or anybody else to tie into it. In fact, there's no paperwork on the bow ditch. And I agreed when I bought the house that the bow ditch was there in my best interest, not for somebody else to tie into. Right now the bow ditch handles 4 homes, and during a heavy rain, it gets about 3/4 full. Now, he wants to add 5 more houses to the bow ditch. I'm afraid it's going to run over. And now I think we're going to have a legal issue. Who's responsible? You know, if the bow ditch can't handle the water, goes down on my property, moves the hill, who's going to pay for damages? City of Oceanside? Mr. Andrews? He's long gone. City of Oceanside's going to be holding the bag. I don't mean to threat or anything else, but he has no right to tie into my bow ditch. Because I already handled 4 homes. And if you look at my slope, it's already caved in. That's all I've got to say.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item may come forward this time.
Mayor, council members, staff, thank you for your time.
My first concern would be the drainage ditch that Mr. Stevenson was talking about. We're concerned that the drainage for this plan and subdivision could affect several of the houses below and has not been thoroughly thought out in the best intentions of the surrounding homeowners. We have already been affected by slippage problems in the past. They had to come back and actually build a retaining wall behind my house because of that. Because of the poor guidelines and regulations of the builders and contractors that build our homes. Too often these contractors are allowed by the city to cut corners and take shortcuts without any thought of people's lives that will be affecting years later. I would like the city to reconsider their decisions in allowing this plan to be pushed through without properly scrutinizing this plan for safety of the already existing properties. My second concern would be the safety of the road entrance off of Ivy, which Mr. Taylor has thoroughly spent multiple hours over the last several months and couple of years putting together. By allowing this subdivision to be built in haste will only result in more accidents in the future. It is not lit very well. There are no city sidewalks on the west side of the street, which already makes the current situation dangerous, and it already has a blind curve at the top of the hill. With that said, it would be very dangerous for the vehicles leaving and entering the new cul-de-sac, a poor line of sight for the drivers. He showed the video coming from I believe from the east. They did not show one coming from the west taking a left turn out. And so with that line of sight, UPS vehicles, delivery trucks, they would be affected, not just what we were driving in our own vehicles. The traffic coming down Ivy Emerald already has enough speeding on a daily basis to account for. Adding another driveway with these two blind spots would only add to the difficulties that we already face. A speed bump on Ivy right before the three-way stop would assist if the city would allow that in slowing down these individuals who do not live in our neighborhood and they don't take into that consideration. Sir, I respectfully ask you to reconsider your decision to allow this subdivision to be built without stricter City of Oceanside guidelines and in the consideration of the already high tax-paying citizens already occupying the properties next door. Thank you for your time.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward this time.
I see none. I would like to close the public hearing. Could staff address some of these concerns and/or if the developer wants to address those issues?
Just get rebuttal, right?
He has 8 minutes and 38 seconds remaining. Yeah,
I know, but staff want to address or him.
Well,
Excuse me. The applicant, staff is going to answer the questions that applicant. You've got time left and go ahead and answer them.
So applicant first before.
Yes, go ahead.
One thing on the soils and drainage issue. I know that there have
Hold the mic down.
I'm sorry, I apologize for that. I know that there have been issues in the subdivision below. Mr. Taylor sent a very misleading email out with a professional opinion from an engineer. Some, but not all of the council members were copied on that email. I addressed that. I'm sure you probably didn't read it. I spoke to Mr. Taylor's engineer on the phone and challenged him because he put forward an opinion that the drainage design was inadequate. That engineer confirmed a professional opinion. That engineer confirmed to me that he did not do any hydrology study. He had no access to any data. He did not do any calculations. He told me without prompt that he was a friend of Mr. Taylor's and that he put the email forward to the council at the request of Mr. Taylor. Or he sent it to Mr. Taylor, who then forwarded it to you. I asked him very deliberately about the slippage and the soils conditions on the subdivision below. That very same soils engineer who did that project confirmed to me that all of that slippage was man-made from an irrigation leak below, 20 feet below. Our groundwater is more than 50 feet below our lowest elevation. There is absolutely no issue with water from our project, period, and I personally resent Mr. Taylor trying to mislead people on the city council. I'll hand the rest of my time over to Phil Bucola.
Phil Bucola, Bucola Engineering, 3142 Vista Way in Oceanside. There were a number of speakers tonight, and it seems that there are only a few issues that everybody is repeating, so I won't go through everybody's person by person, but certainly the issues are safety on the street, curve in the street. If this project is denied, that street will not be developed. The street will remain as it is, and the condition will remain as it is. The development of this project will widen the street. It will improve the conditions. It will widen the street from its existing 30 feet to 40 feet. It'll have a parkway that's 10 feet wider than that. It will open up the view for the people, and it will address the concerns that we've heard. We agree with the folks. Right now, the road is not a safe condition, and there is speeding and there are accidents. There have been a number of accidents in the past, but the reason for those accidents is because the street is in the condition that it's in. And approving the project is the city's only opportunity to get that street fixed, unless they're going to step up and improve it themselves. With respect to the site distance, the intersection can be adjusted. We've discussed this with engineering and with the traffic department, and with minor adjustments in final design, we can get the site distance that's necessary to be able to see the 330 feet to the east, as well as being able to see the intersection at Laurel to the west. There's, as far as lighting, there are 3 street lights within our area. There's one at Laurel. There's one 260 feet to the east of that, and another street light, another 200 feet to the east of that. And we are proposing a 4th street light at our intersection. The intersection spacing of those street lights will be approximately 200 feet or less, and the city's standard is in excess of that. So the street will be properly lit. Speed bumps are not necessarily condoned by the traffic department, and you can certainly discuss that with the traffic engineer. The inside of the curb is going to be painted red, so there won't be any cars parked on the inside of that street, and that will not interfere with the sight distance. If there are any cars parked, if there were cars parked there, that would interfere with the sight distance, but the inside of that curb should be painted red, and we would accept a condition like that. But we've been conditioned, the project's been conditioned to meet all of the city standards, to meet the sight distance standards, and as my client has said earlier, if we can't meet the standards, it'll be a right turn in and out only, and there won't be any issue about making a left turn and not being able to see oncoming cars. That concludes my presentation, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you. Well, they have gentlemen shaking their head going side to side no about your response.
I did want to add something regarding drainage. The Papyrus subdivision that surrounds this project constructed a drainage ditch along the perimeter of the project on their side of the property line to collect the drainage from our property. The drainage, a great portion of the drainage from our property drains to the south, and it drains under the wooden fence and into that ditch. And it's the property owners to the south's responsibility as a developer to accept that drainage and to convey that drainage safely. The project and the hydrology study clearly shows that the drainage being placed in that ditch when the project is completed is less, although it's minor, it's less than what drains to that ditch today. The condition of the ditch, some of the photos that Mr. Taylor had that he didn't show a very poorly maintained ditch. But it's very clear we have conditions of approval, we have CCNRs from the Papyrus subdivision that clearly state that it is the property owner's responsibility to maintain that ditch and to keep it in working order at all times. And if it's not in working order, it's no one else's responsibility but the property owners themselves. So our property has the right to drain to that ditch. It drains to that ditch today, and it has the right to continue to do that as long as we don't exceed the amount of drainage that's there today, and we don't. Thank you.
Staff, you have any issues that you didn't address?
No, council members, I'll defer to my colleagues in engineering regarding issues related to drainage and traffic, but I will respond to Mr. Nash's comment or his question really about the guidance that staff has in making a determination as to whether a project merits density above the base. Policy 2.32B of the land use element says that project characteristics that exceed standards established by city policy and those established by existing or approved developments in the surrounding area will be favorably considered in review of acceptable density within the range. And then the policy goes on to list a number of considerations that staff and decision makers can take into account in determining whether a project merits density above the base. Architecture is certainly one, but others include infrastructure improvements, development standards that exceed the minimum standards, superior landscape, hardscape design, and materials. And on those 3 points, staff felt that, in fact, this project did merit the density proposed.
Thank you. Dave, I'm really interested in the traffic safety. Looks like we've addressed it, but I'm concerned, so what do you think?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. David DeFaro, City Traffic Engineer. Quick traffic 101 class, I think, for the audience and for the council. Basically, the site distance we use for engineering is the California Highway Design Manual, this table for corner site distance. It's called the 7.5 second criteria. So we would base our corner site distance, and that's basically coming out side street. It would be based, in this particular case, on 30 miles an hour design speed, and it's 330 feet.
330 feet.
This is some field data that we took for the speed survey out there. Basically, what we're showing on this sheet is the 85th percentile, which is 29 miles an hour, which again confirms the 30 miles an hour design speed that we came up with for the 330 feet. Basically, what the 7.5 second rule is I highlighted it at the top, and that is for the driver on the crossroad to complete the necessary maneuver while the approaching vehicle travels at the assumed design speed on the main highway. So basically what it's saying is, if you have a vehicle going at 30 miles an hour, you need about 330 feet to make that maneuver, to make a left turn out of the side street within, 7.5 seconds. And again, down at the bottom, how we do the line of sight is for corner sight distance, we're measuring 3.5 feet high for the location of the driver, and we're looking down the road at an object that's 4 1/4 foot high.
The design, they say they removed all that blockage there and changed this thing. I didn't know.
Right. Lead right into my next exhibit. So basically, the way we measure it is where the driver would be sitting is 15 feet from the curb line. And again, it would be at 3.5 feet high. He would be looking at an object 330 feet down the road at 4 1/4 feet high. Last exhibit I have. Basically, this is approximately where the entrance would be if it was placed today. What I'm not showing is that the entrance to the driveway would be another basically 10 feet back because they're widening the road to what the 40-foot standard would be, and then the driveway would be 15 feet back from that curb line. So if you're looking, you're not looking behind you, you would still be looking down the road. What the applicant is saying is he has met that criteria of the 330 feet. He also said, and it's tough to see because of the vegetation and everything, if he doesn't meet the criteria, which we will certainly go out and measure based on all the issues going on with this particular project, is he'd be willing to do a right in, right out, which would meet the criteria too. But right now, everything I've seen up to date, it does meet what our site distance thresholds are.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. We've got all your Councilmember Sanchez.
Okay, back to council. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said, I did get a chance to go out there several times and spend some time looking at the, of course, the speeding cars, and almost got hit. I did it walking also. I stopped within the property and trying to get out of the property to make a turn. And again, the site distance, it wasn't the vegetation, it's clearly it's the slope. It's the slope and it's the angle, and there is no way in heck that there is 330-foot site distance. There's just no way. This is already dangerous. You know, we know that. So adding an intersection right in the middle of a very steep slope where there are speeding cars just doesn't make sense to me at all. It just doesn't. I understand that staff initially asked the developer to consider doing it closer to Ivy, and also to provide a video to show that it would be safe, and they never did. This is the first time at a hearing that they're providing a video. So it's very disappointing that this wasn't done earlier. And there's no way to test it. You know, there's just no way to test it. So it is the most critical point on this. There are the other issues. For example, Trotsy did say that she did not feel that this was excellence in architecture. I heard her, and I also asked her about that afterwards because she ended up voting yes anyway. But she said she did not feel that this was excellence in architecture, so it would be going from 3 to higher, and this is a 5. This is a 5-home project, so it could go to 4. It could go to 4. That's still above the requirements for this, and. In fact, what I understand is the developer was asked about this by a private citizen. Why didn't you put the entrance over there instead, the access road? And he said, well, no, because that would impact the number of homes. Well, I think the public safety is more important, and I understand, you know, you're having to get as much out of this as possible, but the public safety is more important. And I don't believe that it has been demonstrated that in fact you have a 330. I thought it was just 330-foot line of sight. You know, there is an issue that I did not raise in this, and if this is denied, this project is denied, I am very concerned about the drainage. One person was given $5,000 by the developer to have drain through their property, but that person was closing escrow and has since left. There are other people affected, and there has been some sliding. So I understand why they would be concerned about a brow ditch. Why didn't the water? Why was the water, and why didn't staff require that the water go into a more a safer route that would be through the city's drainage system? I don't understand. I think if the access road was actually near Ivy, then it would go directly into the water system for the city. It wouldn't go through private property. wouldn't have to do that. And so we've got, over 140 people who signed a petition saying, please, deny this project, please, have it go back, and so that it could be made safer and more consistent with this community. So I can't ignore that. 140 people who have lived here and who have all these investments in their own homes. This is Fire Mountain. This is a community that cares very much about their property, have lived there for some people for generations, and I can't ignore that. So I still believe that, hits to Mr. Taylor aside, that I do not believe, me having gone there and spent some time at that site and at that intersection, and myself trying to walk that intersection and trying to, drive there from that entrance, there is no way that you have that line of sight. It remains a public safety issue, and I'm going to move that we deny this project. And that would be without prejudice. They can come back and do their project.
We have a second. Thank you. Mr. Feller.
Thank you. We're underground in wires there too. Was that part of this?
That's correct.
So adding a light, undergrounding wires. It sounds like a lot of things were required up on Yucca Road, and kicking and screaming away up there too. I know they wanted more density on the lots that Mr. Taylor sold or owned up there on that lot as well. So, this is a pretty clear cut, falling within all the rules that we have in place. I would imagine that the people that built, how long ago was the Papyrus Circle? Is that
about 15 years ago.
15, yeah. So, that certainly seems like it was a harder project than this one for sure. And this is, again, a higher point in the area. So, I think if applicant is willing to do the right turn in and out, if it comes to that, that's just fine. But I'm not going to deny a project that falls within all our rules.
Mr. Kern?
This is a big waste of time. This project never should have been appealed. This follows all the rules that we set out. And when a project comes in and they follow everything that we say, and we require of them, and then have somebody appeal it, I think it's a big waste of time of staff, it's a big waste of time of council. The idea that, where it's right in, right out, we'll let the traffic engineer determine whether that's required or not. That's why we have staff. And as far as taking one comment out of context, or probably in context, one comment from one planning commissioner about what they think is excellent or not. Well, I think it's excellent. So there, and then we can put that into the record. So that would give them their ability to put that in there. And so the idea that, all these projects that come forward, we lay out rules beforehand. The developer comes in and he follows the rules. Now, I understand there's some concerns there, but the idea that this is how we do government, is that we set out rules for people to actually follow. And here's somebody that's followed all the rules. Actually, when they first came to me and asked about this project, I said it's not dense enough. Because when we're talking about AB 32 and SB 375 within walking distance of shopping, that's where we want density. But I think this is an excellent project. I think it's not the maximum. It's below the maximum. The parking percentages are actually better than the project next door. The red curb painting, I think we ought to put into the conditions. yeah, obviously, because that's the parking thing. I do have one concern, and maybe this can be addressed. On the video that it showed basically a grass front. How can we prevent shrubbery from going up and making that curve blind again? I think that's kind of the long-term concern, that they plant things along that inside of that curve that actually becomes a concern. I don't know if the applicant or staff wants to address that. Let everybody stand up. I don't care. Just somebody come and answer that question. Phil, you're the engineer. Come up and answer the question.
The project is conditioned to dedicate a clear space easement from the sight line outward.
Okay.
So there will be a clear space easement on the lot within the view area, and nothing will be allowed to be grown in that area that obstructs the view.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure that's clear. So we have a wider street, a safer street, a better lighted street, and we're underground the utilities. What more can we ask for? So I'm not going to support this motion at all. I think we're wasting our time bringing these up.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I have a concern about how a vehicle like a waste management truck would get in and out of there safely. With, I guess it would be a right in, right out. Should I ask to do what Jerry did? Anybody in the room answer that question? How does a 35-foot long, 18-ton truck get in and out of this cul-de-sac? Anybody can answer that.
The mouth of the cul-de-sac, Deputy Mayor, is proposed at 36 feet in width. I would defer to my engineering colleagues regarding what it would mean to have a feature installed that would prohibit left-hand turns and allow only right-hand turns, how that might reduce the lateral dimension of that opening.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, David DePiro. Again, it would meet the criteria. If he's making a left hand, there's a stop sign to the west. So anyone that would be driving on that street, if they're heading west, they would look to see if someone stopped at the stop sign. If there are, that there's adequate time for him to make the left into the development. And if he's heading east, it would just be a right turn in. So, again, these thresholds that I was showing you, the 7.5 second rule, that's based on 330 feet distance for sight distance. As long as the applicant provides that, that's what meets our criteria.
So is that rule, the 7.5 second rule, is that a 30 mile an hour? Was that what you said the distance was sufficient for a 30 mile an hour?
330 feet, yes.
Okay. And then, I would like to see a four-way stop there, and I guess that's not physically possible at all, in the reconfiguration of the 5 homes.
No, I mean, for that, we would look at, we would evaluate based on this, our stop sign criteria. And based on that is to allow gaps for traffic to pull out of the side streets because there's not enough gaps. So for that, there's just minimal traffic that would be coming out of that private street. So it would not meet our criteria for engineering for
the four-way intersection.
Always
our criteria.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
For my comments, I drove through and I looked at the area also. I was concerned originally about the shrubbery, blocking the view. After seeing this design and plan, I think they followed the guidelines, and the only issue I had was really public safety. I will comment that I think the people in Fire Mountain drive too fast, maybe because it's all cut through. People cutting from Kevmart or cutting through the thing, but I think it's probably, they've addressed it and it's not a traffic issue concern to our traffic engineer, so I think it's okay, so we'll see. As for the traffic, I think you should call the police department, have them come with their motor units every so often, slow down some of the traffic, but we'll go from here. Yes, sir.
So the motion was to deny it.
Deny,
okay. So if that motion were to pass, we would have to come back with findings based upon what has been stated by the maker and the second of the motion. So, because the resolution in front of the council is to affirm the planning commission approval, so if it were to be denied, we would have to come back, as we have on other projects, with findings for the denial.
Thank you.
So if you vote yes, you'll be voting no on the project. Yes is a no on the project. Motion fails. Wood, Kern, Feller, no.
So do we need to make a motion of approval? Okay, I will move staff's recommendation that the city council adopt resolution upholding the planning commission resolution number 2015-P11 approving tentative map, track map T14-00004, development plan D14-00007, the conditional use permit CUP 14-00013, and to allow the 5-lot subdivision and development of the 5 single-family homes at 2535 Ivy. And the only addition to that, the red curb, was that already conditioned? I want to make sure that that condition's put in there, the red curb on the inside of the curb is put in there, and that the traffic engineer determine whether it's right in, right out.
Second, please vote. How do you vote?
This is a vote to deny the appeal and to affirm the project, to approve the project. So yes vote approves the project.
Motion approved, 3-2, Sanchez and Lowry, no.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to finish at 10 o'clock by council policy.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take the last item, I think it is the last item, number 46, as soon as possible. Let's go forward with it.
Yes, item number 46. Yes, item number 46 is introduction of ordinance amending Chapter 29 of the Oceanside City Code by establishing wastewater system buy-in fee increases for all new development customers based on water meter size, except residential single-family connections, which will be charged for a 5/8" meter regardless of water meter size, and also establishes special user wastewater buy-in fees based on excess water usage and strength characteristics, and introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 37 of the Oceanside City Code by establishing water system buy-in fee increases for all new development customers based on meter size.
Thank you. As mayor, I'll open this public hearing and disclosures, please.
Just staff.
Staff.
Staff only.
Okay. Esther, staff.
She'll have to update later.
No correspondence.
Correspondence, no petition. Jason, please.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I originally brought this forward in April and received a 5-0 vote to introduce the ordinance back then. After the council meeting, went back to staff and reviewed the ordinance and determined that we missed a few numbers in the ordinance, and so we are bringing it back here with the appropriate numbers and re-advertised the fees. So just slight difference in the numbers, but they are correct this time. So what I have here is, I'll make it real quick. Basically what we have, and for comparison purposes, our 5/8" meter for our buy-in fees, which are assessed when a development or homeowner wants to increase or purchase into the system. This is a comparison of the 5/8". Our current meter rate and buy-in is at $45.97. It will increase to $56.80. Our wastewater buy-in is currently at $6,313, and it will increase to $7,794. As it compares to our local area, we are just slightly below the median for San Diego for the
water system buy-in, and then on the wastewater system buy-in, we're just slightly above the median, so we're very comparable to our surrounding agencies. As part of the motion, we are also increasing and updating our special industrial user rate fees, which we only have 10 in the city, so that's a minor increase to some of their rates. So with that being said, staff is recommending introduction of the ordinances, and I can answer any questions.
And you have a city sidebar if you wish. Public on this.
This public hearing item, any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward this time.
No, council members, June 127 Cherry Lane, also Vice Chair of the Utilities Commission. This was voted and approved unanimously. Thank you.
Any others?
No other speakers on this item.
Okay, we're close the public hearing, come back to us. Esther, we want to give you a notice.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
It's fine.
Fine, go ahead.
Time to go to the council. I think Mr. Feller is up.
Mr. Feller, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I had a disturbing conversation yesterday with somebody that is a large user in residential. He said his bill went from $3,900 to $460,000 between two different projects that he'd done. So maybe I'll sit and discuss that with you. But it was based on a lot of connections and you know, probably fortunately for him, he could afford to pay these things. But how it goes that far apart, I need to know. So I move introduction of the ordinance, and that's all.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Kern?
I'll second that. I just want people at home to understand, when you see these increases in cost, that is actually the new people coming in and buying into a system that we've already paid for. So this is actually to their fair share. And as the more that we invest in the system and the more money we put into the system, that's what the money they're going to have to buy into. So as we improve our water and sewer systems, the cost goes up, so the buy-ins go up. So that's the reason these are happening. So thank you.
Mr. Mullen?
Okay. We have two ordinances. The first is an ordinance of the City of Oceanside, amending Oceanside City Code Chapter 29, wastewater system capacity buy-in fee increases. The second ordinance is an ordinance of the City of Oceanside, amending Oceanside City Code Chapter 37, establishing water system capacity buy-in fees.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-0. Sanchez absent.
Thank you very much. I am going to waive City Council reports and adjourn this to Wednesday, August the 5th.
I need one announcement.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. There is a group at El Camino High School, and it's the Pacific Crest Drumline and Flag and Band. They've been there all week. They're going to have a 5:30 performance on Friday night, and they're spectacular. They're performers from throughout California, and there's reserved seating if you choose to call the principal, Alex Bennett, at the high school for this event. But I think it's a fabulous opportunity for us to show off a little bit of Oceanside. So, High School. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll adjourn to that date and time that I said, and August 5th. Thank you very much for your time. Be safe.